Section 1 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Cats and Kittens opening address. Kind audience, we wish to say right here, we're only play cats and kittens, dear. 'Twould be absurd for cats to play this entertainment, their parts they could not say. For cats, you know, can only mew, and that we know is Greek to you. Then if a rat should chance to drop upon us, why, off we'd pop. All this I tell you for your sake, for fear you'd make a grave mistake, and think that we real catties were. I therefore ask you to suppose that we are dressed up in cat's clothes. End of section 1. Read by Alan Mapstone.
Section 2 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Catherine Hust. Tootsie Wootsie. Poem, lesson talk, and pantomime by Mrs. Frederick W. Pender. Poises by baby elocutionist Virginia Bell, 2 years old, and kitten Tootsie Wootsie, 4 months old. Photographs by Jacques Joel, New York. Copyright 1906 by Edgar S. Werner. Written expressly for this book. See, Tootsie Wootsie besom tat, and her as turning as tan be. She am ne'er bigger than my hand, and dot der bite his eyes oo see. All fluffy waffy bees her toad, and say her face it's awsome wise. I spec some day at she'll dit the firstest, bestest tinder prize. She puts her ittle velvet paws wet up to me, Sir Dem'll shake, and if she be's des fast asleep, I ne'er's a ties for her to wake. I dopt her for me owner's tat, and dot for her the nicest house, where she do stay when night am tum, so still and quiet as a mouse. She ain't ne'er tormentined a tat, she am Andorra, yes she be. And when I smooth her back and tail, her winks and purrs and pays with me. And then I buy, now don't you laugh, a sing nan other tittens dot, a nozzin bottle with a mouth, from which she dinks her milk when out. Oh, she do be so very nice. I hope she never wants away, for if she do, I can't tell what I'll do or sing or say. Maybe I might distazy it, if from mitten I did part. So Tootsie, darling, oh stay here, for if you don't, you break my heart. Some people do not care to teach children dialect, so we print the poem Tootsie Wootsie in ordinary English. The same lesson talk applies to both forms of the poem. Tootsie Wootsie. See, Tootsie Wootsie is my cat, and she's as cunning as can be. She is no bigger than my hand, and has the brightest eyes you see. All fluffy wuffy is her coat, and see her face, it's very wise. I expect some day that she'll get the first and only kind of prize. She puts her little velvet paws right up to me, so them I'll shake, and if she is just fast asleep, I never cry for her to wake. I take her for my very own, and have for her the nicest house, where she can stay when night is come, as still and quiet as a mouse. She's not a common kind of cat. She is Angora, yes, she is, and when I smooth her back and tail, she winks and purrs and plays with me. And then I buy, now don't you laugh, a thing no other kitten's got, a nursing bottle with a mouth from which she drinks her milk when hot. Oh, she is really very nice. I hope she'll never run away, for if she does, I cannot tell what I would do or think or say. Maybe I might just crazy get if from my kitten I did part. So Tootsie, darling, you stay here, for if you don't, you'll break my heart. Forward. As soon as a little tot in lisping accents can pronounce words sufficiently well to form sentences, it often becomes a proud mother's ambition to teach her nursery rhymes, and baby is called on to surprise her fond papa, or maybe her doting grandparents, with a display of her wonderful elocutionary talent. But when the darling entertains a number of her mamma's dearest friends in the drawing-room, or better still, when she makes her debut at the Sunday school social, and receives plaudits for her little recitation delivered in bird-like tones, it is then that the mother's heart reaches its zenith of happiness. Tootsie Wootsie has been arranged and poised especially for children from 3 to 6 years of age. Points. Before the child recites, place a small stool or chair a little to right of center of platform. On left side there should be a small table or stand. A little way from this, lying on floor with cover off, should be Kitten's basket with a tiny nursing bottle filled with milk. Care should be taken not to have these articles arranged in set manner, but rather with playroom or nursery effect. The younger the kitten, the easier handled by a child. Lesson talk on Tootsie Wootsie. See Tootsie Wootsie, he's my tat, and her as tunnin as tan be. Picture 1. Advance on platform, carrying pet kitten in arms in regular childish fashion. Pause. Throw weight of body evenly upon both feet, face expressing joy and pride, and in pleasing tones explain who Tootsie Wootsie is and how tunen. She am nae bigger than my hand, and dot der bite his eyes oo see. Descriptive pose. Smile. Hold kitten out in front of you for admiration of audience. Seat yourself on floor. Wind one arm and hand around kitten while holding up other arm with fingers of hand extended, as though to illustrate what you think is correct size of her tail. Facial expression brightens as head is slightly bowed when gazing at beauty of kitten's eyes. All fluffy wuffy bees her tote, and say her face, it's also wise. Descriptive pose. Still seated, run one hand over and through kitten's fur. Hold kitten up a little and rub your cheek against its soft body, glancing alternately at kitten, then at her friends. Words requiring emphasis are fluffy, wuffy, tote, and it's also wise. I spec someday at shield it the firstest, bestest tinder prize. Picture 2. Still seated, hug kitten closely to breast and show by look that you have no doubt of kitten's receiving firstest, bestest tinder prize. Words that are emphatic are someday, she, and the entire second line. She puts her little velvet paws wit up to me, so dem I'll shake. Picture 3. Put right arm around kitten. Both hands clasp kitten's paws, while you glance up obliquely with earnest tone and recite the lines. Special emphasis on wit up to me, as though it were something unusual for a kitten to do such a thing. And if she bees faster sleep, I never tires for her to wake. Descriptive pose. Serious tone and expression of face and eyes. Prolong des faster sleep. Accompany I never tires with movement of head from right to left to make more emphatic. I docked her for me ownest tat, and dot for her der nicest house. Picture 4. Rise, advance to where basket is lying. Place kitten in it. Put basket with contents on stand. Bow head, resting it lightly on kitten. Hands clasp sides of basket. Face expressing happiness. Where she do stay when night am come, so still and quiet as a mouse. Picture 5. Place cover of basket over kitten, leaving head exposed to view. Then sit in chair, feet crossed, and hold kitten in basket for audience to gaze at. Show dignified tone and manner when reciting. Tone softens and voice grows lighter on still and quiet as a mouse. She ain't near Tormentine or Tat. She am Andorra, yes she be. Picture 6. Remove cover from basket, which still contains kitten. Place cover to one side. Clasp with left hand kitten's collar in the back. Cling with right hand to edge of stand, feet in natural, childish position. Body slightly inclined in sort of protecting manner over loved treasure, and with look and tone of disdain and strongest emphasis say that your kitten ain't ne'er Tormentine or Tat. Give its breed, laying special stress on Andorra and yes she be. Decided nod of head in affirmative on last 3 words. And when I smooth her back and tail, her winks and purrs and plays with me. Descriptive pose. Continue dignified tone through first line. Expression softens on second line. Suggestion of smile. Emphasize winks, purrs, pays with me. And then I buy, now don't you laugh, sing no other Kittens. Descriptive pose. Take kitten from basket. Resume your seat in chair. Face should glow with pride and pleasure when thinking what you have for your kitten. For a moment the thought comes that when your friends learn what it is, they will make sport of you. With pathetic face, beg them not to laugh. Again, assuming bright facial expression and giving marked stress to the words, assure them that it is sing no other Kittens. And describe it as a nuzzin bottle with a mouth from which she drinks her milk when hot. Picture 7. Bend forward. Clasp kitten with left hand and proceed to give kitten milk from bottle that you take from basket. Oh, she do be so very nice. I hope she never wants away. Picture 8. Rise. Place cat in basket on stand. Keep side of your body toward audience. Continue to offer kitten milk as you recite the lines. Emphasize very nice, nezer, and one's away. For if she do, I cannot tell what I would do or think or say. Descriptive pose. Your fear of losing kitten should be expressed very vividly. Place nursing bottle in basket. Lovingly take kitten out of basket. Put right hand to your eyes as if to check a tear. Left arm and hand encircle kitten. General appearance of childish sorrow. Maybe I might distazy it, eff'm me kitten I did part. Picture 9. In your great fondness for the kitten, you fear that you may lose it after all. Sit in chair, place cat on stand, holding its collar tightly with left hand. To illustrate still more clearly how you would mourn, should such a catastrophe befall you, when reciting how she might tazy dit, place right hand on your face and give deep sigh and expression of intense suffering. So Tootsie, darling, oh stay here, for if you don't, you break my heart. Descriptive pose. Take kitten, hug it closely, and in above lines beg it not to leave you. Strong emphasis on you break my heart. Then, carrying kitten under right arm and basket containing nursing bottle in left hand, smile sadly to audience and leave platform. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lincoln Hill. Cats and Kittens by Various. Homeliest Cat at the Show by Rosalie M. Jones. And Differences Between Cat and Dog by Elizabeth I. Casson. Homeliest Cat at the Show. Rosalie M. Jones.
Hi! Hit her again! She's ugly enough to stop a clock!
You let her alone! Screamed a small voice from the top story of a towering rear tenement. But alas, it fell far short of the depths, way, way below, where the cruel boys were tormenting the poor kitty. Then the active little figure belonging to the voice hurriedly left the window above and, racing downstairs, 3 steps at a jump, burst violently into their midst, caught their trembling little victim to her breast, and with no weapons but a flushed face and 2 big tearful eyes, turned defiantly to brave the cowards.
Say, fellers, catch on ter de young defender. You're wanter send her ter the cat show, see? She'll get a prize, I don't think.
With a look of contempt which stung even the most hardened of them, Maisie turned away with her suffering burden and re-entered the house.
For goodness sake, what's that you've got now?
Asked a tired-looking woman as she saw her small daughter come panting into the kitchen, clutching something by the legs.
Just a kitty. Well, I never did. Why, Margaret Williams, are you crazy? Never saw such a homely creature in all my born days. It'll bring us bad luck, sure. That wicked green eye and that mean yellow one. Ugh. You just take it straight back to the gutter you fished it out of.
At this, Maisie began to cry, sobbing at the story of its ill treatment.
Ah, well, I reckon we'll keep her till she's cured up, anyway.
So Maisie kept her cat, and pity blossomed so quickly into love that she was perfectly blind to its ugliness and fondly fancied it the dearest, sweetest, and loveliest kitty in all the world. On the next Sunday, Mrs. Williams read out from her great, big newspaper, a National Cat Show at Madison Square.
What's a National Cat Show?
Asked Maisie, who was sitting playing with Rags, as she called her foundling.
Why, it's a show of cats, I suppose. It's to be held next Wednesday in Madison Square Garden. Oh, yes. That must be where that bad boy in the street told me to send Rags. But I thought, of course, he was just fooling. He said, maybe I'd get a prize for her. Do you think I might, Mother?
Mrs. Williams hid a smile behind her newspaper as she read of the gorgeous Angora, Maltese, Persian, and other rare and beautiful cats that were to be exhibited by the richest and most fashionable ladies in New York. But she only answered, I shouldn't wonder. This was enough. In the course of 10 seconds, Maisie had decided in her own mind that she would take Rags to the show, and that there was not the slightest use of worrying her poor, tired mother about it beforehand and spoiling the delightful surprise. Early Wednesday morning, Mrs. Williams started for her day's work. Maisie, when left alone, fairly raced the breakfast dishes around her dishpan, over the towel, and up again on the shelf. Then she slipped into a nice little fresh calico dress, tied a new red ribbon around Rags' neck in a fantastic bow, which, however, would slide around under her chewed-off ear. Then, cramming her into the market basket, she set off with a light heart. She was too early to be admitted, and so had to stand and wait near the side door marked Entrance for Cats. At last, a carriage drove up to the great front door of the building, and a lady descended from it, followed by a maid in a white cap, carrying a basket. She was such a pretty lady, and so beautifully dressed, that Maisie liked her on the spot, and thought that it would only be kind to inform her that she was not at the right entrance for cats, and must wait at the side door with her. The lady smiled when she told her, and she said, Oh, thank you. You're very good. I see you have a cat, too. Is it to be in the show? Oh, yes. Don't you think she'll get a prize? Probably, said the lady, turning away for an instant and shaking so strangely that Maisie thought she was cold. Hadn't I better ask the other lady to bring you a shawl or something out of your carriage? No, thank you. I'm quite well. Suppose we go into the show together. Why, we can't, can we? It ain't open yet, is it? Not to everyone, but I am one of the patronesses, and I fancy they will let us in. And sure enough, they did. Here is a little girl who has a cat she would like to exhibit, said the lady to a gentle-looking man inside, who seemed to be managing everything. I know it's rather late to enter it, but... And she whispered something which made him smile and look almost as queerly at Maisie as the lady had done. However, he gave Rags a nice cage with soft straw in it, and a little medal with a number on it to hang around her neck by a scarlet ribbon. Now, you better go upstairs and wait, he said. They won't be on for an hour yet. The judges cannot award the prizes until then. Maisie did not understand very clearly what he meant, but she was a trustful little soul, and so left Rags with him and climbed the stairs to a little waiting room above. After a while, the lady joined her, saying, "Come, we can go in now." Pale with excitement, Maisie accepted the hand held out to her, and grasping it tightly, entered the great exhibition. Oh, wasn't it beautiful? All lit up with electric light. Row after row of cages crossed the floor, in each one of which blinked and stretched and softly purred a lovely, lovely kitty. They kept getting more and more wonderful and beautiful as Maisie and the lady went on and on, but in her own royal little soul, Rags's mistress would not admit that any one of them was prettier or sweeter or half as clever as Rags. No, not even that grandest, showiest Angora, lying upon a rose-colored velvet cushion with exquisite pink roses and cut-glass bowls around her, and a tiny canary bird singing away blissfully in the same cage.
You know, Rags ain't never seen a bird, less'n it's a sparrow, and she ain't never smelled a flower in all her life. So wouldn't you think they'd give her a prize just to keep her from feeling bad?
Yes, I would indeed. There are the judges, and they are coming from the other side of the room. Now, we will go over there and look for Rags, and if they've given her a prize, it will be written upon a card and hung on her cage, where we can see it in an instant.
Oh my! Do you suppose everybody what's got a cat here feels like I do now?
I hardly think so much so, dear. At last, they stood before Rags's cage. Maisie put both hands over her eyes and peeped fearfully through her fingers.
Oh, I believe I see a card.
Yes, you do.
What's on it? Oh, what is on it?
Prize, prize, read the lady. $10 prize for Rags.
My,
said Maisie, and she burst into tears of pure joy. The lady kissed her warmly, dried her eyes, and placed the bowl of roses right under Rags's funny little nose. Then the great, severe-looking judges came up and congratulated her, and counted out into her two little hands all the heap of money that was the prize. "And now," said the lady, "I will drive you home." So she did. And didn't all the children in the neighborhood run off to see who was getting out of the fine carriage that stopped before the tenement? And weren't they surprised to find it was just Maisie? And didn't Mrs. Williams laugh and cry and scold and pet her all at once when she heard the great news?
Dear, dear, what a jewel Rags is.
Yes, said her mother.
Who'd have thought she'd have brought us such good luck by her very homeliness? Homely? Why, Mother, you forget. She's got a prize.
So I did, said Mrs. Williams. So I did, of course. Differences between cat and dog. Elizabeth I. Casson. Cats see their prey and catch it by creeping slyly up to it. Dogs smell their prey and catch it by running it down. Cats must therefore have good eyes and be able to move very softly, while dogs must have strong scent and be able to go fast and far. End of Section 3.
Section 4 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anthony Will. Cats and Kittens by Various. Why Cats Wash After Eating by Eva J. Bede. You may have noticed, little friends, that cats don't wash their faces before they eat as children do in all good Christian places. Well, years ago, a famous cat, the pangs of hunger feeling, had chanced to catch a fine young mouse, who said, as he ceased squealing, "All genteel folks their faces wash before they think of eating," and wishing to be thought well-bred, puss heeded his entreating. But when she raised her paw to wash, chance for escape affording, the sly young mouse said his goodbye, without respect to wording. A feline council met that day, and passed in solemn meeting a law forbidding any cat to wash till after eating. A kitten looked up with a sanctified grin, singing, "Birdie, nice birdie, sweet birdie." When the robin descended, she gobbled him in, singing, "Birdie, nice birdie, sweet birdie." End of Section 4.
Section 5 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Cat's Tea Party by Anonymous. Action Poem. 4 little pussy cats stand erect, hands by side, invited out to tea. Cried, "Mother, let us go! Oh, do!" Fold arms and look very imploringly, for good will surely be. Place pinafores to imitate bibs by raising the bottom and placing it around neck. We'll wear our bibs and hold our things. Place fingers as if to lift a cup to mouth, as you have shown us how. Spoons and right paws, cups as well, and make a pretty bow. Make a bow. We'll always say, "Yes, if you please," and "Only half of that." "Then go, my darling children," said the happy mother cat. Let children take hold of hands as if to go out. The 4 little pussy cats went out that night to tea. Smooth hair. Their heads were smooth and glossy, their tails were swinging free. They held their things as they had learned, and tried to be polite. Point to chins. With snowy bibs beneath their chins, they were a pretty sight. But alas, for manners beautiful. Point to coats or pinafores, and coats as soft as silk, the moment that the little kits were asked to take some milk. Look very sorrowful. They dropped their spoons, forgot to bow, and, oh, what do you think? They put their noses in the cups and all began to drink. Yes, every naughty little kit set up a mew for more, then knocked the teacups over. Raise hands and throw them both forward toward door, and scampered through the door. End of Section 5.
Section 6 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox.org by Wandering Walker. Cats and Kittens by Various. Section 6, A Cat's Birthday Celebration by Mrs. Gertrude Manley Jones. A kitty named Polly, just over the way, gave a party last week on her 2nd birthday. It was, so I've heard, quite a stylish affair, for the cat elite of the village was there. For a week the party was meowed about, after the neat invitations were out. What shall I wear was a question oft asked, and for some little time the kitties harassed. At last they decided without a demur that because of cool weather they'd all dress in fur. In the meanwhile Polly was burdened with care to get up a fine supper and nice bill of fare. There were grasshopper croquettes and truffles to make, a lot of fat lizards to stuff and to bake. There were mice to be fricasseed, parboiled and stewed, and strong catnip bouillon and punch to be brewed. Oh my, was there ever before a grey cat who had such a weight on her shoulders as that? But at last the eventful evening came round, and everything was quite in readiness found. In the old kitchen garden the table was set, and a funnier table you never saw yet. The teacups were eggshells, and turnip green plates were loaded with savoury messes and baits. A large rutabaga was hollowed out clean, and made quite an excellent bouillon tureen. The table was trimmed up with beet leaves and mint, and festoons of parsley were used without stint. As the clock struck midnight, the guests all poured in, and you never did hear such a horrible din. The old cornstalk fiddles set up a full blast, and partners for quadrilles were taken up fast. How the sparks glinted off from the soft glossy hair. Some cats promenaded, others played a coquette, while a pair on a fence top struck up a duet. The ball had now reached its dizziest height, when from a near cottage there flashed a bright light. A window was hastily raised with a bang, and a pistol shot out through the old garden ran. I tell you, the sound of that ringing report put an end to the dancing, the singing, and sport. The beaux, why, they went just tearing off home, and left the young kitties to come on alone. Kitty Polly was very much chagrined about the way her grand entertainment turned out, and although she certainly was not to blame, she declares she will never give parties again. End of section 6.
Section 7 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anthony Will. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Lost Kitty by Anonymous. Have any of you seen my kitty? I've hunted all over the house for her and I can't find her anywhere. She's not under the stove, nor up in my bed, and I don't know what to do. Won't you help me to look for her? She is a gray kitty with a white spot between her eyes. You will know her by that. Her name is Spot, and she knows it just as well as I know my name. When I have a saucer of milk for her and call, "Here, Spot, Spot, Spot," she runs as fast as her little feet can trot. Oh dear, where are you, kitty? I wish I could find you. I hope no big bad boy or naughty little girl has carried you away. Hark! What is that? Meow, meow, meow. Why, there she is, now, on the windowsill. Just wait, my precious darling old kitty, until I get you in my arms. End of section 7.
Section 8 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various, a Modest Cat's Soliloquy. Oh, what a grand and glorious thing it is to be a cat! Yes, every day I live, I grow more positive of that. For all the great, big, busy world, as is quite right and meet, comes humbly every day to lay its tribute at my feet. Far down within the damp, dark earth the grimy miner goes, that I on chilly nights may have a fire for my toes. Brave sailors plough the wintry main, through peril and mishap, that I on oriental rugs may take my morning nap. Out in the distant meadow meekly graze the lowing kine, that milk, in endless saucerfuls, all foaming, may be mine. The fish that swim the ocean, and the birds that fill the air, did I not like their bones to pick, pray, think you'd they'd be there? But first, of all who wait on me, preeminent is man. For me he toils through all the day, and through the night doth plan. Especially the gentleman who keeps this house for me, and takes such thoughtful, anxious care that I should suited be. He stocked his rare old attic with the finest breed of mice. A little hunting, now and then, comes in so very nice. And furthermore, the thoughtful man, a wife has married him, to tidy up the house for me, and keep it neat and trim. And both of them, with deference, my slightest fancy treat, and as I'm quite fastidious about the things I eat, they never offer me a dish to please my appetite until they've tasted it themselves to see if all is right. And to entice my palate when it's cloyed with other things, all fattening in a gilded cage, a choice canary swings. But best of all, they're training up, with pains that can't be told, their children just to wait on me when they have grown too old. Oh, truly, I am monarchess of all that I survey. No rules or laws I recognize, no bells or calls obey. I eat and sleep and eat, nor ever have I toiled. No kind of base, degrading work my paws has ever soiled. Oh, truly 'tis a gladsome thing to be a pussy cat. I'm truly glad, when I was born, I stopped to think of that. End of section 8.
Section 9 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. A Mirror Cat by Oliver Herford. I really wish you'd all sit still and try to hear a curious tale that happened just the other day. There is another yellow cat who sits behind a golden frame and looks so very much like me. You'd think that we were just the same. Yet when I mew aloud or call, she moves her mouth again to me but makes no sound at all. And to the dullest kitten, it's plain enough to see that either I am mocking her or she is mocking me. It makes no difference what I play. She seems to know the game, for every time I look around, I see her do the same. And yet no matter though I creep on tiptoe lest she hear, or quickly dash behind the frame, she's sure to disappear. End of section 9. Read by Marisol in Clemson, South Carolina, January 21st, 2026.
Section 10 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Cat That Came to School by Anonymous. Why, here's a pussy come to school. What do you want, my dear? Point out. You prick your ears, raise forefinger of each hand and put one on each side of head, and gaze about. Look around, and seem to feel no fear. Ah, next I see you wash yourself. Pretend to wash face. That's right, Miss Pussycat, we scholars here must all be clean. I'm glad you think of that. Now Pussy looks all around again, then gives a little mew, and shakes the bell. Hold hands loosely and shake. Tied round her neck, point to neck, with bit of ribbon blue. Upon the table Pussy jumps, raise both hands, then to the maypole goes, point outward. Oh, Kitty, would you like to dance, as we do, on our toes? Tap toes lightly. Next to the classroom door she goes, point to door. I'm sure she wants to learn. Come in then, Pussy Cat. Beckon, and read when it's your turn. Hold hands together, palms upward. But Pussy only says, mew, mew. Let a few children imitate mewing, and looks in teacher's face. Look intently at teacher. Oh, Puss, I fear you'll be a dunce. Move forefinger, and leave in sad disgrace. How prettily you sit and curl. Curve right arm around to left side, your long tail round your feet, and look so cozy and content, you must think school a treat. End of section 10.
Section 11 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox.org by Wandering Walker. Cats and Kittens, Section 11. What Puss Thinks by Anonymous. Pray tell me why a heartless pup should care to worry me, a gentle, peaceful pussy cat, and chase me up a tree? This pup cannot be angry. Why? His eyes are bright with fun, and yet, ah me, with all my heart I wish I had a gun. Then I would bang his wagging tail, and laugh to hear him howl, just as he barks with glee at me, while I can only growl. But how about the mouse, you ask? Oh well, of course I do catch mice and tease them, too, a bit, but really, wouldn't you? End of section 11.
Section 12 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Cats by Eve Lawless. There are women in this world, and men too, who I think were intended for cats instead of human beings. Notice their soft, velvety paws as they beg some favor of you, and then offend them? I'll be bound you'll see the claws and feel them too. That person who creeps around your house with stealthy tread and cat-like caution, take my word for it, means mischief. And if you don't hear some rumors regarding yourself, then I am no prophet. A cat will kill a bird, eat it, wash her paws, and look up in your face as though she said, "I don't see who could have eaten that canary." Can't you think of some individual who bears a resemblance to that cat? Hasn't someone been casting aspersions upon your character and said foul things about you, and then licked her paws, washed her hands, and put on a graveyard look, saying at the same time, "How can people talk so about their neighbors?" I hate these cats. I want to have a person candid, upright, and outspoken, not palaver before your face and backbite you when you haven't the ghost of a chance to defend yourself. It always makes me shiver to hear a cat-like tread. Hello, here comes another cat. This time it comes in the shape of an anonymous correspondent who wishes Eve to write to him on love. I beg your pardon, I don't write to promiscuous people, and especially to those who are ashamed to write more than their initials. When a man is not willing to sign his name fair and square to a letter, it doesn't strike me that he can be any too proud of it. This anonymous letter writing is of too cat-like a nature to suit me. Have I any more cats handy? I think so. Imagine you have written a poem. Some friend praises it, stroking your fur the right way, figuratively speaking. Let another friend tell you of its faults, rubbing the fur contrariwise. Won't you spit and scratch and mew something about somebody's having no taste? Why are we plagued with so many cat-like attitudes? End of section 12. Read by Lubet in New York City, January 2026.
Section 13 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox.org by Wandering Walker. Cats and Kittens by Various. Intelligent Cat by Grace Bacon Holway. A rush and a dash and a scamper. A warm nestling armful of fur. Our brief game of tag being over, gave place to the tenderest purr. He measures a yard in the morning, when stretched in a sweet dreamless sleep. The rich tawny fur soft as velvet, showing broad even stripes dark and deep. He lies on my lap in the sunshine. I rock him to sleep on my arm. I feel all the pleasure of loving, and striving to shield him from harm. He runs up the tree to my window to tap with his paw on the pane and plead in sweet, coaxing language for comfort and shelter again. Each movement of gentle contentment, replete with luxurious grace, proclaims him once and forever the king of the feline race. End of section 13.
Section 14 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Mama Fish. Cats and Kittens by Various. Decoration of Honor by L.E. Street. You, ow, wow, said Blitzen. What are you doing on my premises? The other cat looked up from the plate before him. He was enjoying the good breakfast which had been placed upon it. I'm visiting here with my mistress. What is your name? Further inquired Blitzen, still waving his tail, though in a somewhat less warlike manner. And why is that blue ribbon tied on your collar? My mistress calls me Herculo. I'm a pure-blooded Angora, and that blue ribbon is for a prize I took in a cat show. I've taken 4. Humph! Well, my name is Blitzen, which means lightning. I'm called that because I can scratch with my claws just as quick and sharp as lightning can strike. I'm just a plain cat, and never took a prize in my life, but I can catch mice and sparrows and climb a tree like a squirrel. Again the tail waved. Herculo looked duly impressed. Grrr, continued Blitzen, beginning to eat the breakfast which lay on another plate close by. Don't you dare touch any of my breakfast. Keep to your own plate. This was the way the two cats began their friendship. It did not take Blitzen long to grow quite amiable, especially when he saw how respectfully Herculo watched his exploits. One morning, Blitzen started off before daylight on an expedition, which kept him longer than he meant it should. Plate's empty, eh? He mused as he reached the kitchen door. Now, what a good thing it was that I caught that mouse. Where can Herculo be, I wonder? Meow, wow! Meow, wow! Blitzen pricked up his ears. That sounds familiar. Meow, wow! Herculo, as sure as I'm a cat, he must be in some scrape. Now, which direction? Ah, front lawn, I guess. And Blitzen ambled away thither. Meow, wow! Blitzen looked up in the large tree, high up in the branches of which clung Herculo. Just below his reach sat a dozen sparrows twittering with bird laughter at the terror and discomfort of their would-be enemy. Hullo, said Blitzen calmly. Why don't you come down? Can't. It's so high. I'll fall. What made you climb up there anyhow, if you were too scared to come down again? To hunt the sparrows. Meow! Ha-ha! Laughed the sparrows. Chee-chee! Well, you just swing your hind feet off to the next branch below, can't you? Said Blitzen. Herculo tried, but was too frightened to succeed. I can't, he wailed again. Yow! Blitzen walked around the tree and viewed him critically from all sides. Then he started for the barn. Herculo felt himself deserted and yowled despairingly. Blitzen trotted on. At the barn he found John, the man, and rubbing persuasively against his legs, said, Meow! John stooped and petted him. Acknowledging the stroke of the friendly hand, Blitzen repeated firmly, Meow! Then he went a few steps toward the door and turned to see if John understood. What's up, Blitzen, ye sinner? Asked John. Meow, replied Blitzen, trotting ahead. Sure, he's a knowin' animal. He do be wantin' something. I'll go with him, was John's conclusion. And then Blitzen triumphantly led him to the tree where Hercules still clung, and still howled dolefully. Of course, I'll get him down for you, Blitzen, said John, taking in the situation. You're a clever feller entirely. By help of a ladder and John's strong arms, Hercules was landed on the ground, very much tumbled up and down in his mind. Blitzen, said his mistress, you shall have a blue ribbon too. You may not have any blue blood, but you've common sense, and that's a trait worth having in man or beast. End of section 14.
Section 15 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doreen Marcotte. Cats and Kittens by Various. Section 15, Cat's Thanksgiving Day and Ding Dong Bell by Anonymous. Give me turkey for my dinner, said a tabby cat. Before you get it, you'll be thinner. Go and catch a rat, said the cook, her pastry making looking fierce and red, and a heavy roller shaking over Pussy's head. Hark! Her kittens shriller mewing. Give us pie, said they to the cook amid her stewing on Thanksgiving Day. Pie indeed, you idle creatures! Who'd have thought of that? Wash your paws and faces neater, and go hunt. Scat! Scat! So they went and did their duty, diligent and still. Exercise improved their beauty, as it always will. Useful work and early rising brought a merry mood, and they found the cook's advising, though severe, was good. Ding dong bell. Ding dong bell, Pussy's in the well. Who put her in? Little Johnny Green. Who pulled her out? Big Tommy Stout. What a naughty boy was that to drown poor Pussy cat. End of section 15. Section 16 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Doreen Marcotte. Cats and Kittens by Various. Section 16, Pins in Pussy's Toes by Harriet Beecher Stowe. Little Fred is now in the 3rd summer of his life. He has been moved into the country, and his round blue eyes are growing rounder and bigger every hour with new and wonderful experiences. Most striking among them, and most puzzling to Fred, is Pussy. Not a big cat, but a kitten, of those tender years corresponding to Fred's own. What a wonder she is, seen now for the first time, serenely walking on all fours, a Maltese kit, of pure blood and glossy mouse color, with a white breastpin in her bosom. Eagerly Fred seizes her. He hugs her very tight, and Pussy squirms in vain. He examines the wonder. He pokes his fat little fingers into Pussy's bright eyes. He opens her mouth and looks at her little pink tongue. He sends her a little while with her head up, and then, for vanity's sake, he sends her with her heels up and her head hanging down. Then it occurs to him that Pussy's tail is a nice handle to carry her by, and he tries that experiment. At last Pussy's patience gives out, and out from her pretty velvet claws fly the 10 little sharp pearly points that have been given her for her defense, and Fred feels a new sensation. He throws Pussy on the floor and runs screaming to Mamma. "Oh, Mamma, Mamma, Pussy got pins in her toes." Then Mamma explains to Freddie why the pins were put in Pussy's velvet toes. Poor, soft, furry, helpless little Pussy. What could she do if she had not pins in her toes? Does Freddie like to have people poke their fingers in his eyes, or open his mouth, or feel of his tongue? No more does Pussy. Would Freddie like to be carried around, squeezed up under somebody's arm with his head hanging down? No more does Pussy. But Pussy cannot speak. She cannot complain. All she can do is use the pins in her toes. When Freddie holds Pussy right end up, strokes her gently, and speaks lovingly to her, the little sharp pins in her paws go away, clear in, where nobody can see them, and Pussy begins to sing a low little purring song to show how happy she is. So, Freddie dear, says Mama, there is a right way and a wrong way to handle everything. If you hold Pussy gently, stroke her softly, and treat her kindly, you never will be troubled by the 10 little pins in her 10 toes. But if you trouble and worry and tease Pussy, she will scratch. End of section 16.
Section 17 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by vealeighThe. Cats and Kittens by Various. Lament of a Forsaken Cat by Elizabeth Harcourt Mitchell. The family went out of town, refreshing themselves by the sea. I thought they'd have taken me down, but no one had pity on me. What of that? After all, it is only a cat. The children got in one by one, when the carriage drove up to the door. How breathlessly then did I run. Little Molly cried, "Room for one more." What of that? After all, it is only a cat. No place with the children for me. With the luggage then, porter, I said. "Get out, little demon," cried he, and gave me a blow on the head. What of that? After all, it is only a cat. There is no one without or within, not a drop, not a crumb in the house. My bones breaking through my poor skin. No strength to say boo to a mouse. What of that? After all, it is only a cat. I was petted and loved by the fair. Do they think of me now by the sea? The pavement is burning and bare. I am dying by inches, poor me. What of that? After all, it is only a cat. You have left me to die, but I say that when you have once made a friend, and loved him a little each day, you should love him straight on to the end. Think of that, even should he be only a cat. A Cat Came Fiddling by Anonymous. A cat came fiddling out of a barn, with a pair of bagpipes under her arm. She could sing nothing but fiddle-cum-dee. The mouse has married the bumblebee. Pipe, cat, dance, mouse, we'll have a wedding at our good house. End of section 17.
Section 18 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Cat and Tiger, a Fable. The cat and the tiger were once on very good terms. They considered themselves members of the same family, and whenever any disputes arose among the animals, they were both found vigorously supporting the other's case. They were often to be seen roaming about the country together, and they frequently did each other great services, the tiger by his superior strength, and the cat by his more nimble wit. Although for the most part fast friends, the tiger, when they were by themselves, would often harass the cat by his conceited speeches. "You may be very well for small game," he would say, striding up and down and lashing his tail to and fro. "But you must know that you are but a small and very plain edition of me. I can easily bring down deer, and I have even put the great elephant to flight. Look how my beautiful stripes flash in the sun. Are you not proud of belonging to my family?" To this the cat said nothing, but closed his eyes and mused. Now, it is well known that though the tiger can easily climb up a tree, once he is up, if he wishes to come down, he must either leap or fall, since he is unable to climb down. One day he said to the cat, "I have long wished that I could climb a tree. Many of my tormenting enemies escape from me because I must stick to the ground. You climb very well, though you are so little. Why will you not teach me?" "Come along, I will teach you with pleasure," said the cat, leading the way to a tall tree. After a great deal of instruction, the tiger succeeded in getting up the tree. But the cat, seeing now an opportunity to retaliate for the tiger's unpleasant words, ran off, laughing. "I am up very well," said the tiger, a little frightened at finding himself so far from the ground. "Now show me how to come down." "Oh, no," said the cat. "I was only to show you how to get up. Now you must get down the best you can. Since you are so much more powerful and beautiful, surely you can do that much better than I." The tiger tried to cajole his small friend, then begged him for help, but, finding him obdurate, flew into a rage and leaped to the ground, meaning to catch and crush him at once. Instead, he almost crushed himself and lay on his side for some moments, gasping for breath. At last, when he was able to rise, he rushed after the cat with the best speed he could muster. Lame as he was, he gained rapidly, and it would have gone hard with the cat had he not, luckily, spied a man's house a little way off. In this he took refuge, and he has never yet mustered courage enough to leave that protection. End of section 18. Read by Shauna Starr, Victoria, Canada. January 23rd, 2026.
Section 19 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Cats and Kittens by Various. Where are those sleepy kittens? By Anonymous. Cunning little kittens, cuddled in a heap. Children all huddled in a bunch, with faces in hands on desk. Tired out with playing, now are sound asleep. Mother cat comes stealing in and softly says, "Meow." One child comes softly creeping in towards them and says, "Meow." Where are those sleepy kittens? All children stretch, rub eyes, and gather round their mother, now wide awake. Do you see them now? All skip about as kittens do when their mother is near and play with one another. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by LLawley. Cats and Kittens by Various. A sad case. I'm a poor little kitty, and alas, when born so pretty, that the morning I was found, instead of being drowned, I was saved to be the toy of a dreadful baby boy, who pinches and who pokes me, holds me by my throat and chokes me, and when I could vainly try from his cruel clutch to fly, grabs my tail and pulls so hard
that some day, upon my word, I am sure 'twill broken be, and then everybody'll see such a looking kitty. That baby has no pity, thinks I'm only a kitty. I won't stand it, nor would you. 'Tis no use to cry out, mew. Listen, some day I shall scratch, and he'll find he's met his match, that within my little paws there are ever so many claws, and it won't be very long if this sort of thing goes on, till there'll be a kitten row, such as has not been till now. Then, my lad, there will be found, left upon that battleground, such a looking baby. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. Cats and Kittens by Various. Cats and Dogs by Jerome K. Jerome. I like cats and dogs very much indeed. What jolly chaps they are! They are much superior to human beings as companions. They do not quarrel or argue with you. They never talk about themselves, but listen to you while you talk about yourself, and keep up an appearance of being interested in the conversation. They never make stupid remarks, and they never ask a young author with 14 tragedies, 16 comedies, 7 farces, and a couple of burlesques in his desk why he doesn't write a play. They never say unkind things. They never tell us of our faults, merely for our own good. They do not, at inconvenient moments, mildly remind us of our past follies and mistakes. They never inform us that we are not nearly so nice as we used to be. We are always the same to them. They are always glad to see us. They are with us in all our humors. They are merry when we are glad, sober when we feel solemn, sad when we are sorrowful. Hello! Happy and want a lark? Right you are, I'm your man. Here I am, frisking round you, leaping, barking, pirouetting, ready for any amount of fun and mischief. Look at my eyes if you doubt me. What shall it be? A romp in the drawing-room, and never mind the furniture? Or a scamper in the fresh, cool air, a scud across the fields, and down the hill, and we won't let old Gaffer Goggles geese know what time o' day it is, neither. Whoop! Come along. Or you'd like to be quiet and think. Very well. Pussy can sit on the arm of the chair, and purr, and Montmorency will curl himself up on the rug and blink at the fire, yet keeping one eye on you the while, in case you are seized with any sudden desire in the direction of rats. And when we bury our face in our hands and wish we had never been born, they don't sit up very straight and observe that we have brought it all upon ourselves. They don't even hope it will be a warning to us. But they come up softly and shove their heads against us. If it is a cat, she stands on your shoulder, rumples your hair, and says, "I am sorry for you," as plain as words can speak. And if it is a dog, he looks up at you with his big true eyes and says with them, "Well, you've always got me, you know. We'll go through the world together and always stand by each other, won't we?" He is very imprudent, a dog is. He never makes it his business to inquire whether you are in the right or in the wrong, never bothers as to whether you are going up or down upon life's ladder, never asks whether you are rich or poor, silly or wise, sinner or saint. Come luck or misfortune, good repute or bad, honor or shame, he is going to stick to you, to comfort you, guard you, and give his life for you if need be. Foolish, brainless, soulless dog. Ah, old staunch friend, with your deep clear eyes and bright quick glances that take in all one has to say before one has time to speak it. Do you know you are only an animal and have no mind? Do you know that dull-eyed, gin-sodden lout leaning against the post out there is immeasurably your intellectual superior? Do you know that every little-minded, selfish scoundrel who lives by cheating and tricking, who never did a gentle deed or said a kind word, who never had a thought that was not mean and low, or a desire that was not base, whose every action is a fraud, whose every utterance is a lie, do you know they are all as much superior to you as the sun is superior to rushlight, you honorable, brave-hearted, unselfish brute? They are men, you know, and men are the greatest, noblest, and wisest, and best beings in the whole vast eternal universe. Any man will tell you that. Yes, poor doggy, you are very stupid indeed, compared with us clever men, who understand all about politics and philosophy, and who know everything, in short, except what we are, and where we came from, and whither we are going, and what everything outside this tiny world and most things in it are. Never mind, though, Pussy and Doggy, we like you both all the better for your being stupid. We all like stupid things. It is so pleasant to come across people more stupid than ourselves. Ah me, life sadly changes us all. The world seems a vast, horrible, grinding machine, into which what is fresh and bright and pure is pushed at one end, to come out old and crabbed and wrinkled at the other. Look even at Pussy Sobersides, with her dull, sleepy glance, her grave, slow walk, and dignified, prudish airs. Who could ever think that once she was the blue-eyed, whirling, scampering, head-over-heels, mad little firework that we called the kitten? What marvelous vitality a kitten has! It is really something very beautiful, the way life bubbles over in the little creatures. They rush about and mew and spring, dance on their hind legs, embrace everything with their front ones, roll over and over, lie on their backs and kick. They don't know what to do with themselves. They are so full of life. Can you remember when you and I felt something of the same sort of thing? Can you remember those glorious days of fresh young manhood, how, when coming home along the moonlit road, we felt too full of life for sober walking, and had to spring and skip and wave our arms and shout? Oh, that magnificent young life, that crowned us kings of the earth, that rushed through every tingling vein till we seemed to walk on air, that thrilled through our throbbing brains and told us to go forth and conquer the whole world, that welled up in our young hearts till we longed to stretch out our arms and gather all the toiling men and women and the little children to our breast and love them all. Ah, they were grand days, those deep, full days, when our coming life, like an unseen organ, pealed strange, yearnful music in our ears, and our young blood cried out like a war-horse for the battle. Ah, our pulse beats slow and steady now, and our old joints are rheumatic, and we love our easy-chair and sneer at boys' enthusiasm. But oh, for one brief moment of that god-like life again. End of section 21.
Section 22 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Dick Whittington by Anonymous. Clouds of trouble hover o'er me. I will leave this London drear. Save my cat, I'm lone and friendless. Naught but failure greets me here. Thus said Dick, and off he wandered, eyes bedimmed with burning tears, till fatigued he paused and rested Sweet-toned bells salute his ears. Stay, oh stay, they seem to say, turn again, Whittington, thrice Mayor of London. Years rolled by and Dick was dwelling in a land beyond the sea. Fickle fortune smiled upon him, he was rich as man need be. Gold and jewels were his payment, but the labour was his cat's. It had cleared the prince's palace of a mighty swarm of rats. Still he hears, as pass the years, turn again, Whittington, thrice Mayor of London. Once again in merry London, Dick had landed safe and sound. Famed afar for truth and honour, many were the friends he found. As Lord Mayor he counselled wisely, cheered the poor man's humble lot. For the struggles of his boyhood, in success he ne'er forgot. Yet again resounds the strain, long live Dick Whittington, Lord Mayor of London. End of section 22.
Section 23 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Two's Company, Three's None by Mrs. Frederick W. Pender. Two kittens bright with haughty air that plainly said, "Two make a pair." A picture made as they sat there, a parasol kept off the air. It shaded them from wind and sun. 'Twas Japanese, a lovely one, and well they knew they had outdone in style their chums, yes, every one. And how they blinked at Pussy Snow, and said, "My friend, you cannot go with us about. You are too slow. Besides, your voice is never low. And people might, something say, if you were seen with us today. Besides, we've heard you've been quite gay, and that should make us say, nay, nay. Then we, you see, are finely bred, and our swell set by us is led, and nothing about us must be said to make us blush and bow our head. We put on style in dress and air, and often tend some great affair. And you, by now, must be aware we surely are a happy pair. Then, too, perhaps you do not know what blue blood in our veins doth flow. It might affect our social sway were we with you for just one day. Then you have heard by every one how two's company while three is none. So run away and seek some fun with peasant cats out in the sun. Poor Kitty Snow was very sad, the little dear, it was too bad. And though her voice was high, 'twas sweet, and neat she looked in house or street. She did not know that selfish pride was used to all her goodness hide, by those who oft she'd played beside, from day to day, and they to chide her for her birth, she, too, a pet. Oh, how it hurt! Her eyes were wet from grieving much when told to get by those she loved and daily met. A lowly life is often best to prove our friends, and, for the rest, if they should not stand by the test, it's well we know them at their best. End of section 23. Read by Shauna Starr, Victoria, Canada, January 9th, 2026.
Section 24 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Cats and Kittens by Various. Polly Pry's Kitten by Anonymous. Child enters, walks to chair at stage center, looks down at Kitty, speaking in loving tones and petting her. My dear old Maltese pussy, you're so soft and sweet to pat. And I love you all the better. Speaks as if she felt slightly teased. 'Cause you're called a Maltese cat. When Brother Dickie brought you, continues petting Kitty and shakes a finger as if in warning, he said, Now, Polly Pry, you can't maul and tease this kitty, and I will tell you why. She's called a Maltese pussy, drawls the line, separating the word into maul, tease, and giving stress to tease. So as little girls like you, shakes finger insistently, pulls and hauls at Kitty, gives a little meow, will know that maulin' and teasing her is what they mustn't do. End of section 24. Section 25 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Rash Young Mouse by Anonymous. Come in, come in. Beckon. You naughty child, don't run about in the house. Put hands together. Oh, mother, mother, let me please, thus spoke the little mouse. Point to floor. Those crumbs, I'm sure they're meant for me, upon the parlor floor. Fold hands quickly. And most delicious cheese I smell. Point to door. Within the pantry door. Shake head slowly. Dear child, Mamma replied, the danger you don't see. Hold up forefinger. If Puss appeared, what would become of you? Emphasize with forefinger. That troubles me. Pussy won't come, said young Miss Mouse. Nod head saucily. I'm pretty sure of that. Point outward. And off she ran to taste the cheese. Shake hands loosely, quite merrily, pit-pat. And Mother Mouse, bend hands and place them together. Within her hole, shake head slowly, said, Dear, oh dearie dear, young children are so headstrong, they never think of fear. So little Mousie ate her cheese. Point over shoulders with both hands. And never heard behind. Imitate walking with fingers on desks. The footsteps soft which Mother dear had told her she must mind. Bring hands down suddenly. Pounce, pounce, squeak, squeak! Oh, 'tis too late, and never, never more will young Miss Mouse eat cheese so nice behind the pantry door. So ends the tale of little Mouse, but one word more comes here. Remember, Mother always knows what's best for children dear. End of section 25.
Section 26 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynette. Cats and Kittens by Various. the good-for-nothing cat, and the timid kitten. There lives the good-for-nothing cat, so lazy it appears that chirping birds can softly come and light upon her ears, and rats and mice can venture out to nibble at her toes, or climb around and pull her tail, or boldly scratch her nose. Fine servants brush her silken coat and give her cream for tea, yet she's a good-for-nothing cat, as all the world may see. End of section 26.
Section 27 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Out for a High Time by E. Louise Liddell. 3 gay little kittens named Black, White, and Gray from their own cozy corner once wandered away, and old Mother Catkins, asleep on her chair, ne'er dreamed that her babies were off on a tear. The kitty cats frolicked and gambled and ran, and cut up such capers as only cats can. And when they encountered a very high wall, up scrambled and clambered the little cats all. "We're out for a high time," the kitty cats said, and they danced a few quick steps, turned heels over head. Then Whitey and Graycoat struck up a sweet tune, while Black sat sedatedly and mewed at the moon. But brief was their pleasure. They soon heard a yell of "Scat there, you cats there!" while shoes and things fell. Down scrambled and tumbled the poor little kits, and scampered off homeward, scared out of their wits. With joy, their warm corner the runaways spied, and when they were nestled by old Catkin's side, the kittens purred softly, "No more will we roam, for all the world over, there's no place like home." End of section 27, read by Marisol in Clemson, South Carolina, January 22nd, 2026.
Section 28 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Cats and Kittens by Various. We Cats by Anonymous. Each child should sit on a footstool. We sit upon the mat, each comfortable cat. And we lick. Affect to lick breast and paws like a cat. Our sleek, soft fur, you see. Then we curl up. Lay head down on curled left arm upon knee. On the rug. And we lay ourselves so snug. Change attitude to right arm. And in happy dreams, look up with shut eyes, blink and smile, and lay head down again. We purr, you see. In happy dreams we purr, you see. All get up and look about eagerly. When dinner time comes around, how hungry we are found. With our eager paws, stand on tiptoe and raise paws, like a cat begging, open mouth. Held out, you see. And the kittens rush and roll. Run 3 steps to left, till they tumble in the bowl. Same action to right, and they splash the milk about. Raise forefinger, looking down with severe air. You see, and they splash the milk about. Affect to lap milk eagerly. But if a dog should bark, spring back, raise head, put hand to ear. With bristling ears we hark, and with saucer eyes we glare. Stand stiff and erect with wide eyes. You see, for we know the way to fight. Shake clenched fist, scowling. We can scratch and we can bite. Scratch and bite at imaginary foe. Let him enter if he dare, you see. Remain with both hands extended in clawing attitude and teeth showing. Let him enter if he dare, you see. What merry games and free. Each lay left arm around left-hand neighbor's shoulder, smiling. We have when dinner's done. And how gaily then we play. Each pats her neighbor lightly, smiling. You see, for a feather is enough. Blow upward as if at a feather. Or a little bit of fluff. Pounce down playfully with right hand. To amuse our kits all day. Sit down on footstool and affect to play with something on floor. You see, to amuse our kits all day. Each child should sit on a footstool. We sit upon the mat, each comfortable cat. And we lick our sleek, soft fur. Affect to lick breast and paws like a cat. You see, then we curl up. Lay head down on curled left arm upon knee. On the rug, and we lay ourselves. Change attitude to right arm. So snug. And in happy dreams we purr. Look up with shut eyes, blink and smile, and lay head down again. You see, in happy dreams we purr, you see. Look up mysteriously and lay finger to lips. But when the night comes round, rise stealthily and look to and fro with keen eyes. A-hunting we are bound, and we rampage through the house. Rush 3 steps to left and then 3 steps to right. You see, we have played and slept and fought. Quickly pat the next child, lay head on shoulder and shut eyes, and scratch forward. And now we think we ought. Raise forefinger, smiling mysteriously, stoop, crouching forward. Just to catch. Pounce forward and seize imaginary mouse. A fine, fat mouse. Swallow imaginary mouse. You see? Look up smiling and resume seat on footstool. Just to catch a fine, fat mouse. End of section 28.
Section 29 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. Cats and Kittens by Various. Catkin and the Cats by Anonymous. Catkin. I had a little pussy. Her coat was silvery gray. She lives in a great wide meadow, and she never runs away. She always was a pussy. She never came a cat, because she is a pussy willow. Now what do you think of that? The Cats, with apologies to Robert Southey. Hear the warbling of the cats, merry cats. Oh, I love to hear the music of their midnightly spats, and they waltz around and frisk all in the icy air of night, in a way so weird and brisk all, while their shapely tails they whisk all with a Catiline delight, keeping time with their tails like a lot of runic flails, to the concatentation, sung in sundry sharps and flats, of a caticle on rats, 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 to a wild carnivorous caticle on rats, Hear the turbulent tomcats, daddy cats, how the catapultic bootjack interrupts their fiendish chats. In the darkness of the night, how their ghoulish outcries smite Portland flats. From their catacoustic throats, an intense cataphonic ditty floats to the turtle cat that gloats on the fence. Ah, the tabby cat that listens while she gloats to the surging cataclysm of their wild catarrhal notes. Hear the hoarse grandfather cats, aged cats, how they make us long to grasp a score of rattling good brick bats. They have caught a bad catarrh, caterwauling at the moon. See it? Caught a bad catarrh. You may hear them from afar, roll it like a British R out of tune. In a clamorous appealing to the aged tabby cat, in a fertile, mad appealing to the deaf old tabby cat, shrieking higher, 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 like a demon in a fire, while the little kitten cats, infant cats, sing an emulous sweet ditty of their love for mice and rats. That's but a rudimental spasm of the capers of the cats. End of section 29. Section 30 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. Cats and Kittens by Various. Kitten and the Mouse by Anonymous. Once there was a little kitty, whiter than the snow. In a barn she used to play, long time ago. In a barn a little mousie ran to and fro, for she heard the kitty coming, long time ago. 2 black eyes had little kitty, black as any sloe, and they spied the little mousie long time ago. 4 soft paws had little kitty, paws soft as dough, and they caught the little mousie long time ago. 9 pearl teeth had little kitty, all in a row, and they bit the little mousie long time ago. When the teeth bit little mousie, mousie she cried, "Oh!" But she got away from kitty long time ago. End of section 30.
Section 31 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. How Pussy and Mousie Kept House by A.C. Kish. One summer day not long ago, a pussy and a mouse decided that it would be fun if together they kept house. They felt that they could always live in love and harmony, and never say an unkind word or never disagree. So they bought a little cottage and fixed it very fine, and lived therein for quite a while and had a jolly time. For Pussy broiled the beefsteak and baked the bread quite light, while Mousie made the beds so neat and polished the windows bright. And thus they lived for quite a year, as happy as could be, and nothing happened all that time to mar their love, you see. Until one day old selfish Puss drank all the good rich cream, and she only left some skim milk for Mousie. Wasn't it mean? When Mousie said, "Oh, Pussy dear, I think that you are mean to leave me only some skim milk and drink up all the cream," then Pussy's eyes grew very big, and Pussy's tail went thump. It frightened little Mousie so it almost made her jump. And Pussy said, "Now, Mousie, mind our mistress here today, and if you say another word, I'll eat you right away." End of section 31. Read by Shauna Starr, Victoria, Canada. January 16th, 2026.
Section 32 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Elder Johnson's Lecture on Cats by Anonymous. The subject of this lecture is cats, a domestic animal, what is in common use. Cats is a animal as resembles poor people, as they scratches for a living and never has enough. Cats is lazy, wherein they resemble the rich. Women am fond of cats, perhaps because both uses their claws in asserting their rights. Cats on toms and rats and mice and little birds, and women on their husbands, which accounts for the great number of divorces. Cats likes milk but not water, hence the aversion that milkmen have to 'em. Cats is like dandies, as they have great whiskers and white teeth, and is fond of gallivanting about, especially Thomas cats. There are always a war between cats and rats. Cats has lofty natures, as they gets on the housetops and ascends to the utmost branches of the tallest trees. Robinson Crusoe had a cat, and so had Mahomet. Cats is anti-Malthusians and increases in geometrical progression or more. The productions of cats is kittens and electric sparks. This is all there is about cats, except caterwauling, which they share with human beings. End of section 32. Read by Lubet. Section 33 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. A Sunday episode by Herbert Randall. A goose, a frog, a cat, a dog all went to church one day. The goose went on ahead, the rest all followed on this way. When they got there, they heard the choir, and all began to sing. The goose, the frog, the cat, the dog. 'Twas such a funny thing. The goose went honka-wonka-conk. I can't tell how just now. The frog went peep, the cat went mew, the dog went bow-wow-wow. The people wouldn't have them there. They turned them out, and then the goose, the frog, the cat, the dog went walking home again. End of section 33. Read by Lubet.
Section 34 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Katrina. Cats and Kittens by Various. Little Kittens and Two Gray Kits and the Gray Kit's Mother by Anonymous. Little Kittens. 3 little kittens in coats so gray went out with the old mother cat one day. Said the first little kitten, "If only we might see a monstrous great rat, what fun it would be!" Said the next little kitten, "I'd seize hold of his head, and bite him and squeeze him until he was dead." Said the third little kitten, "Should I see a rat, I'd eat him all up in much less time than that." Suddenly something jumped out of the wood. All 3 turned and ran as fast as they could, and never once stopped till they came to their house. Yet it wasn't a rat,
but a wee baby mouse. It was then caught and eaten by old Mother Cat. Said the little three kittens, "Now just think of that!" Two Gray Kits and the Gray Kit's Mother. Two Gray Kits and the Gray Kit's Mother all went over the bridge together. The bridge broke down, they all fell in. "May the rats go with you," says Tom Bolin. End of section 34.
Section 35 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynette Caulkins. Cats and Kittens by Various. Sandy Jenkins's Remarks on The Black Cat by J.D. Carruthers and Where Have You Been by Anonymous. Sandy Jenkins's Remarks on the Black Cat, J.D. Carruthers, from The Black Cat Club, by special permission. The cat, and particular the black cat, have been a powerful and spectable gentleman since time first begun to wheel his eternal flight of circumlocution through endless ages of nitric acid, quiescence of floating protoplasm, and parliamentary usage. Long before the earth was made, the black cat had graduated from a singing school in Mars and had created the planet of Juan Fernandez and the island of Mesopotamia. The cat am a practical person. He am no spring chicken. He am generally calculated to have 9 lives, but this the conjure man round the corner assures me am a sad mistake. He have 999 lives, lives as long as he want to every time, and, like the good Christian, is born again almost any old time. That's why the Theosophist sings the sacred solo, "The cat come back." When the earth was made without foam or void, the black cat was there, watching the whole business, and a-laying his wires for to send Grover Cleveland to the United States Senate and Dick Crocar to the happy land of Canaan. First thing he done was to cross our four parents' luck in the beautiful Garden of Eden and send poor Adam out to play football with the rattlesnakes and Injuns in the lonely province of West Virginia. The black cat am prone to evil as the sparks fly upwards. He am a lubber of the back fence, the telephone pole, and the midnight serenade. Bootjacks, pistols, policemen's clubs, and missiles cannot stop his rapturous ditty to the pale-faced moon. He am a gentleman. He am the marvel of the nations. You might ask me what the black cat have done for suffering humanity. I answer, he am the inventor of the watermelon, cone pone, sweetened taters, liquor, and possum, and was the first man to teach the colored race the advisability of eating pork chops when you's flush, and liver when you's hard up. Oh, the Lord will provide. That's why he give us our old black cat mesmerizer here to bring us good luck wherever we goes in the United Snakes of America, while some of our good old mothers is a-bending over the wash tub way down yonder in Dixieland, shedding briny tears and a-sighing, "Was my wandering boy tonight?" And while she's walking and fretting, her trifling son's down on the corner, sunning hisself and shooting dice and a-singing, "Bells am a-ringing in Memphis, bells am a-ringing in Cairo, the sun's done sunk and the alligators dreaming in the deep bayou. The old folks done gone to church, the little folks done gone to sleep, way down on the old homestead. I spec they's grabbing 'bout me, but they's got to do without me, though I was the sweetest blossom in the old homestead." The black cat have allus been somebody. Look what a pull he had with old Isis, one of the richest men in Egypt thousands of years ago. Cat come along one day, he did, and crossed Mr. Isis' luck, and that fella didn't do a thing but beg the cat's pardon and build a sacred temple to him. That's all he done to him. And don't ye think he can take keer of us, his needy and faithful chillun? All we's got to do is to walk our rabbit's foot and say nothing, and things'll come our way. Where have you been? Pussycat, pussycat, where have you been? I've been to London to look at the Queen. Pussycat, pussycat, what did you there? I frightened a little mouse under the chair. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Katrina. Cats and Kittens by Various. Kitten's Promenade and Robin Redbreast and Pussycat by Anonymous. Kitten's Promenade. Whitefoot, Malta, and Pussycat Grey went to walk together one summer day. Never before had they passed the gate, and they walked with pride, with tails up straight. "It's very charming," Miss Whitefoot sighed. "Who would have thought the world so wide?" A toad and a grasshopper sat in the way. "What giants we are!" said Pussy Grey. Mother told of danger outside the gate. "There's nothing to harm us," said Malta, sedate. Pussy Grey said, "You see, I suppose, how very foolish of late she grows." Just then a dog jumped over the wall, and spit and a cloud of dust were all that was left. The kittens brave and sedate had vanished through the open gate. Robin Redbreast and Pussycat. Little Robin Redbreast sat upon a tree. Up went Pussycat, and down went he. Down went Pussycat, and away Robin ran. Says little Robin Redbreast, "Catch me if you can." Little Robin Redbreast jumped upon a wall. Pussycat jumped after him, and almost got a fall. Little Robin chirped and sang, and what did Pussy say? Pussycat said, "Mew," and Robin flew away. End of section 36. Section 37 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Katrina. Cats and Kittens by Various. Partnership by Margaret Vandergrift and The Pace That Kills by Anonymous. Partnership. Little girl addresses the mother of her pet kitten. "You need not be looking around at me so. She's my kitten as much as your kitten, you know, and I'll take her wherever I wish her to go. You know very well that the day she was found, if I hadn't cried, she'd surely been drowned, and you ought to be thankful she's here safe and sound. She's only just crying because she's a goose. I'm not squeezing her. Look now, my hands are quite loose. You may as well hush, for it's not any use. And you may as well get right down and go away. You're not in the thing we are going to play, and remember it isn't your half the day. You're forgetting the bargain we made, and so soon. In the morning she's mine, and yours all afternoon, and you couldn't teach her to eat with a spoon. So don't let me hear you give one single mew, for you know what will happen right off if you do. She'll be my kitten mornings and afternoons too." The Pace That Kills. Counted on a tortoise's back, Pussy Feathertail cries, "Next time I take a ride, I will try a snail." End of section 37.
Section 38 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Cats and Kittens by Various. Puss in Mischief by Anonymous. Enters, looks all around, and recites first line. "Where are you, kitty?" Recites second line, little more emphatically. "Where are you? Say, I've scarcely seen you at all today." walks to stage left and looks while she recites in anxious tone. Suddenly, face brightens. "You're not in mischief, I hope, my dear? Ah, now I have found you. How came you here?" Discovers that Kitten is playing with her mother's knitting, and in surprised voice speaks. "That's Mother's knitting!" Shakes finger at Kitten, picks up knitting and examines it. "You naughty Kit! Oh, such a tangle you've made of it!" Turns and looks at Kitten, who seems to be at her side. "'Twas that which kept you so very still?" Somewhat anxiously, sits down and looks at Kitten. "Mamma will scold you. I know she will." Kitten climbs into lap and apparently rubs against her fingers. Girl looks down as if to scold. "So, Puss, come to me. You rub your fur against my fingers and say, purr, purr." Looks into Kitten's eyes, hugs Kitten close. "I know you mean to say, don't scold. So close in my arms my puss I'll hold." Shakes finger warningly at Kitten, which she holds up before her, shows Kitten knitting, puts knitting down. "And now I'll tell you, my little pet, that Mother's knitting you must not get." Looks sorrowfully at the hopelessly tangled wool. "The wool will never be wound, I fear." Turns suddenly to Kitten, as if the dearness of her kitten will cause Mother to forgive her. Finishes hugging the kitten. "But Mother'll forgive, my kitty dear." End of section 38.
Section 39 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Dame Trot and Her Cat by Anonymous. Dame Trot and her cat led a peaceable life when they were not troubled with other folks' strife. When Dame had her dinner, near Pussy would wait, and was sure to receive a nice piece from her plate. That Cat by Ben King. The cat that comes to my window sill when the moon looks cold and the night is still, he comes in a frenzied state, alone, with a tail that stands like a pine tree cone, and says, "I have finished my evening lark, and I think I can hear a hound dog bark. My whiskers are froze and stuck to my chin. I do wish you'd get up and let me in." That cat gets in. But if in the solitude of the night he doesn't appear to be feeling right, and rises and stretches and seeks the floor and some remote corner he would explore, and doesn't feel satisfied just because there's no good spot for to sharpen his claws, and meows and canters uneasy about beyond the least shadow of any doubt, that cat gets out. End of section 39. Read by Lubet in New York City, December 2025.
Section 40 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Old Nursery Rhyme, False Kindness, and Turnabout by Anonymous. Old Nursery Rhyme. Poor Pussycat Mew jumped over a coal and burnt a great hole in her best petticoat. Poor Pussycat Mew can't have any milk till her best petticoat's mended with silk. False Kindness. The softest little fluff of fur, the gentlest, most persuasive purr. Oh, everybody told me that she was the loveliest little cat. So when she on the table sprung and lapped the cream with small red tongue, I only gently put her down, and said, "No, no," and tried to frown. But if I had been truly kind, I should have made that kitten mind. Now, large and quick, and strong of will, she'll spring upon that table still, and, spiteful of all my watchful care, will snatch the choicest dainties there, and everybody says, "Scat! Scat! She's such a dreadful, dreadful cat!" But I who hear them know with shame I only am the one to blame. For in the days when she was young, and lapped the cream with small red tongue, had I to her been truly kind, I should have made that kitten mind. Turnabout. Aunt Mary. Norah, you're a cruel child. Let that cat go at once. Norah. Banging cat. But she's been naughty, Aunty, and I'm punishing her. I told her it was for her own good, and it hurt me more than it hurt her. End of section 40. Section 41 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Secret Told Pussy and a Nocturnal Shot by Anonymous. The Secret Told Pussy. Romantic, pathetic monologue for a young lady. All gone to the opera, Pussy, but me. We are alone in this rambling old house. Afraid? Not I. Come, sit on my knee, and tell me your stories of dog and mouse. Do you hear the wind, how it sobs and grieves, and the rain falling down on the moss-grown eaves? Let us turn off the gas and sit on the rug. How the firelight brightens the long old room with its scarlet fancies. Puss, are you snug? You know in one's youth one should never know gloom. That is what Mamma told me today, when I sighed and forgot one should always be gay. Do you see any pictures in the fire, Pussy, my dear, with your solemn eyes? Pictures of river and castle and spire, or only of milk and a mouse's surprise? I see, Pussy, eyes of brown, and a brow that is royal enough for a crown. I see a smile that is sweet and rare, a hand that is gentle and strong and true. I see a summer tide swift and fair, with golden sunshine and skies of blue. Oh, what shall I do with the long, long years? Pussy, forgive me, you don't like tears. The firelight flickers on picture and wall, on bookcase and bracket and statue white. Pussy, do you remember a ball that happened a year ago tonight? One little year, how the seasons bring changes that only blight and sting. Sorrow is sorrow to the old, but death to the young. Ah, Pussy, I've read. Perhaps if these curls were gray and not gold, I wouldn't wish tonight I were dead. Not 20 yet, and all joy o'er. Oh, Pussy, Pussy, forevermore. There, there, Pussy, no more tears. Let's have a romp in the firelight glow. Other hearts have beat on through the years when love and faith were lying low. Mayhap in soothing another's pain we forget our own. Just hear the rain! But to-morrow, I doubt not, the sun will shine, and the clouds be only a dream of the night. Why should we cherish a woe divine? Let us hide it away from the sun and light. Forgetting oneself is hard, I fear, but we'll each try bravely, Pussy, my dear. Let us say good-bye to the dreams of the past, and Pussy, my comfort, never you tell of the chat that has made these hours fly fast. One more frolic. Oh, there is the bell. I hear them laughing upon the stair. Eternal secrecy, Pussy, swear. A nocturnal shot. He threw his small clock at a cat. He missed her, you can bet. The clock it stopped at 3:30. The cat is going yet. End of section 41.
Section 42 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by LLY. Mother Tabbyskins by Anonymous. Sitting at a window in her cloak and hat, I saw Mother Tabbyskins, the real old cat. Very old, crumpetly and lame, teaching kittens how to scold. Is it not a shame? Kittens in the garden, looking in her face, learning how to spit and swear. Oh, what a disgrace! Very wrong, very wrong, very wrong and bad. Such a subject for our song makes us all too sad. Old Mother Tabbyskins, sticking out her head, gave a growl and then a yowl, hobbled off to bed. Very sick, very savage too. Pray send for a doctor quick, anyone will do. Dr. Mouse came creeping to her bed, lanced her gums and felt her pulse, whispered she was dead. Very sly, the real old cat open kept her weathering eye. Mouse, beware of that. Old Mother Tabbyskins, saying serves him right, gobbled up the doctor with infinite delight. Very fast, very pleasant too. What a pity it can't last, bring another do. Dr. Dog comes running, just to see her begs, round his neck a comforter, trousers on his legs. Very grand, golden-headed cane, swinging gaily from his hand, mischief in his brain. Ah, Mother Tabbyskins, who is now afraid of poor little Dr. Mouse, you a mouthful made. Very nice, little Doctor he, but for Dr. Dog's advice, you must pay the fee. Dr. Dog comes nearer, says she must be bled. I heard Mother Tabbyskins screaming in her bed. Very near, scuffling out and in, Dr. Dog looks full and queer. Where is Tabbyskins? I will tell the moral, without any fuss. Those who lead the young astray always suffer thus. Very nice, let our conduct be, for all doctors are not mice. Some are dogs, you see. End of section 42. Section 43 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by LLY. Cats and Kittens by Various. Topsy. I have the dearest kitten your eyes did ever see, and oh, such merry times she has, my kitty dear, with me. Her coat is soft and silky, and just as black as ink. That's why I call her Topsy. A good name, don't you think? Where did my pussy come from? You cannot guess, I fear. Why, Father Christmas brought her. Now, wasn't he a dear? Just by my Christmas stocking a little hamper stood, and when I lifted up the lid, my darling kitty mewed. It was as if she said to me, "Please take me out, dear May." And so I took her in my arms, and quietly she lay. But soon some lovely romps we had, my kitty dear and I, all round the room, upstairs and down. To race me she did try. And when each morning comes again, and I get out of bed, I run to feed my kitty with nice new milk and bread. But one day, oh, my Topsy, a sad, sad tale I heard. Tom says you scampered up a tree after a little bird. I'm sure I don't know how you could. Birds are such pretty things. I hope you did not catch it, puss. I'm glad that it had wings. Perhaps it flew away from you, so I will scold no more, but love my Topsy every day, just as I did before. End of section 43. Section 44 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. Cats and Kittens by Various. My Little Grey Kitty and I by Anonymous. When the north wind whistles round the house, piling snowdrifts high, we nestle down on the warm hearth rug, my little grey kitty and I. I tell her about my work and play, and all I mean to do, and she purrs so loud I surely think that she understands me. Don't you? She looks about with her big round eyes, and softly licks my face, as I tell her about the word I missed, and how I have lost my place. Then let the wind whistle, for what to us matters a stormy sky? Oh, none have much jolly times as we, my little grey kitty and I. End of section 44. Section 45 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. Puss and Her Three Kittens by Tom Hood. Our old cat has kittens 3. What do you think their names should be? One is Tabby with emerald eyes and a tail that's long and slender, and into a temper she quickly flies. If you ever by chance offend her, I think we should call her this. I think we should call her that. Now don't you think Pepperpot a nice name for a cat? One is black with a frill of white, and her feet are all white fur too. If you stroke her, she carries her tail upright and quickly begins to purr too. I think we should call her this. I think we should call her that. Now don't you fancy Sootykin a nice name for a cat? One is a tortoiseshell, yellow and black, with a lot of white about him. If you tease him at once, he sets up his back. He's a quarrelsome Tom, Ne'er doubt him. I think we shall call him this. I think we shall call him that. Now, don't you fancy, Scratchaway, a nice name for a cat? Our old cat has kittens 3, and I fancy these their names will be Pepperpot, Sootykin, Scratchaway. There! Were there ever such kittens with these to compare? And we call the old mother. Now, what do you think? Tabitha, Longclaws, Tiddlywink. End of section 45. Section 46 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. Cats and Kittens by Various. Nobody Did It by Anonymous. Nobody broke it, it cracked itself. It was clear way up on the toppish shelf. I perhaps the kitty cat knows, says poor little Ned, with his ears as red as the heart of a damask rose. Nobody lost it. I carefully put my cap just where it ought to be. No, 'tisn't behind the door. And it went and hid. Why, of course it did, for I've hunted an hour or more. Nobody tore it. You know things will tear if you're sitting just stock stone still. I was jumping over the fence. There's some spikes on top, and you have to drop before you can half commence. Nobody, wicked sir, nobody, playing such tricks on all about thee. If I but set eyes on you, you should find what you've lost, but that to my cost I never am likely to do. End of section 46. Section 47 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. Cats and Kittens by Various. 3 Maidens Fair by Stanley Shell. 3 Maidens Fair. Concert, recitation, and pantomime. Stanley Shell, written expressly for this book. 3 girls in elaborate gowns. Each gown has a long cat tail attached at back, and each girl wears a cat mask, suited to colour of cat she represents. On each girl's head, just back of ears, is a lady's hat, with 3 plumes drooping forward. The hat is kept in place by white lawn streamers, tied in big bow beneath chin. One girl wears chin with lorgnette, which she uses occasionally. Another girl carries fancy parasol over shoulder. The third girl carries very showy fan, which she uses at different times. Gloves should be worn by all girls. Girls enter from stage rear with mincing steps and trip to stage front, doing all sorts of things with lorgnette, parasol, and fan until stage front is reached. Then all stand still and look at audience, then look sad a moment and recite in concert the following. Many years ago there lived 3 of us maidens, fair and bright, But to sorrow we were doomed, or through a fairy's spite, for she wanted us to wed 3 sons of hers, we wot. But we maidens all refused, and hence this weary lot. Pity, friends, we ask of you, doomed for years to cry me you. In this castle we were shut many years ago. Here for weary days and nights our pearly tears did flow. Each a handsome lover met within the garden fair, but that fairy changed them all to mice and kept them there. Changed them into 3 white mice, and then devoured them in a trice. Then, not satisfied with this, while we poor maidens sat side by side, that fairy came and changed us into cats. Here we must stay to pine and mope in feline misery, till 3 princes come to woo and wed and set us free. Me, you, there come 3 princes true, and now again will happy maidens be. End of section 47.
Section 48 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Kitten's Blind Man's Buff. Blind Man's Buff is my name. Do you know how to play the game? First, shut your eyes, then open me, and you shall see what you shall see. Tatters the Cat by Mrs. Frederick W. Pender, written especially for this book. I will tell you a story of Tatters the cat, who was good, if not handsome and sleek, and so fat. And his coat was ragged, which caused his queer name did not lessen his value. He was loved all the same. Now, one day he was longing to go on the street, just to see the fine sights. It would be such a treat. He was clever, he thought, as he planned it all over, and he said, "I'll be gone but an hour, and no more." Oh, he never meant wrong. He was seeking some fun, and to have his own way, why, he skipped out and run. He was foolish, like children so often, you see, that he got unawareness in some bad company. He was easy and free, and I'm sorry to say how he went at the call of some boys from his play. Now they coaxed him at first, till he thought each a friend. All so trustful was Tatters, he dreamed not the end. For he looked in their faces, and purred his soft way, and the shame of those boys when they scared him away, and so timid he grew, and so wild in his flight, that way down a dark alley he stayed all the night. And his eyes, they shone bright, like 2 coals in his head. It was damp, and so cold, and the ground was his bed. How he crunched all in fear, though no harm he had done, from those wicked young boys, who were friends. No, not one. He was far from his home, and his coat it was rough, and more tattered it grew from the kicks and the cuffs he would get from the boys as he sought food to eat. So he stayed in the alley and avoided the street. And his life was so sad that he soon pined away, from the day he had run to the street just to play, and one morning those boys threw a stone at his head. It could not hurt Tatters, for the poor cat was dead. End of section 48.
Section 49 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Linda Sonrisa Jones. Cats and Kittens by Various. Just Plain Cat. Jenny Pendleton Ewing. Our neighbor's cat is Persian. The Joneses' cat Maltese. Auntie's big Angora has feathers to her knees. At least they look like feathers, and a tail so big and white. When that kitty meets a puppy dog, I tell you it's a sight. But when I ask, what breed is mine, my pussy, sleek and fat, they laugh and pull my curls and say, I fear just plain cat. It's true her eyes aren't yellow, her tail is rather small. I don't know if she ever had a pedigree at all. That big word means her mother, her grandma too, they say, that they all took prizes at a show, were marked a special way. What do I care for markings, for prizings and all that? My kitty's just as precious if she is just plain cat. She is the dearest kitten, all scamper and all fur. Not one of all my other pets can make me laugh like her. She may be very common, but I know she's good and true, for she meets me when I come home from school with loving little mew. And when she's round, we never see a teensy mouse or rat, and I believe I love her better 'cause she's just plain cat. End of section 49.
Section 50 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Pussy's Dream by Anonymous. Dame Puss fell asleep in the great armchair, and she dreamed a dream that was strange and rare. She dreamed that the mice were to give a grand ball, and begged her to come and dance with them all. Pussy said in her dream, with a curtsy low, With pleasure, dear friends, to your ball I'll go. But she said to herself with a sly little mew, I'll dance with you, yes, but I'll eat you too. When Pussy arrived at Castle Mouse, she really could hardly get into the house. For the house it was small, and the crowd it was great, and besides, Madame Puss was a whole hour late. When she reached the great hall, which was really quite high, the mice placed before her a huge mammoth pie, and they said, Lady Puss, you are hungry, we fear, so the best of our dainties we've brought for you here. So Puss with good will set to work at the food, for the smell of that pastry, oh, wasn't it good? She picked and she licked and she gobbled away, and wished it might last for a year and a day. And when it was gone, Pussy thought with a sigh, Ah, how the mice will taste now, after the pie. However, I'll eat them, of course, since they're here. She looked up. No sign of a mouse, and the door, it was shut. Pussy made every effort to open it, but it was firm, double-locked, and the windows were barred, with railings of iron, all heavy and hard. To make matters worse, as each window she tried, she heard the mice giggling and squeaking outside. By their shrill cries of triumph, they thought it was plain that their enemy never could get out again. At this, Pussy's courage at once did revive. What, stay here, she cried, and be buried alive? Be eaten by mice when my sufferings are over? No, never. Meow! I will break down the door. She gathered her strength for a terrible spring, and flew at the door like a bird on the wing. Crash, smash went the panels, one more frantic leap, and then, why, Dame Pussy awoke from her sleep. And there she was sitting in her master's armchair, no castle, no pie, not a mouse anywhere. She stretched herself yawning and rubbing her eyes, and looked all around with the greatest surprise. Ah, Pussy, 'twas only a dream, dear, but still 'twas a dream full of warning for good or for ill. When you go to Mouse Castle, just take my advice. Before touching the pastry, first eat up the mice. End of section 50. Read by Shauna Starr, Victoria, Canada, February 19th, 2026.
Section 51 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Katrina. Cats and Kittens by Various. Dogs and Cats by Alexander Dumas. It is admitted that the dog has intelligence, a heart, and perhaps a soul. Likewise, it is agreed that the cat is a traitor, deceiver, thief, an egotist, an ingrate. How many have we not heard say, "Oh, I cannot abide a cat. It is an animal that loves not its master. It is attached only to the house. One must keep it under lock and key." I had one once, for I was in the country and there were mice. The cook had the imprudence to leave upon the table a poulet that she had just purchased. The cat carried it off. No morsel of it was ever seen after. Since that day I have said, I will have no cat. Its reputation is detestable, the fact cannot be disguised, and one must acknowledge that the cat does nothing to modify the opinion in which it is held. It is entirely unpopular, but it cares as little about this as it does about the Grand Turk. Must I confess it to you? It is for this that I love it, for in this world one can remain indifferent to things the most serious, if there are serious things, and this one knows only at the end of his life, but he cannot evade the question of dogs and cats. There is always a moment when he must declare himself. Well then, I love cats. Ah, the times they have said to me, "What? You love cats?" "Yes." "Do you not like dogs better?" "No, I love cats much more." "That is extraordinary." "I prefer certainly to have neither cat nor dog, but were I forced to live with one of these two individuals, I would choose the cat. It has for me the manners essential to social relations. At first, in its early youth, it possesses all the graces, all the suppleness, all the unexpectedness by which the most exacting artistic fancy can be amused. It is adroit, it always knows where it is. Prudent unto caution, it goes everywhere, it examines without soiling, breaking nothing. It is in itself a warmth and a caress. It has not a snout, but a mouth. And what a mouth! It steals the mutton as does the dog, but, unlike the latter, makes no delight of carrion. It is discreet and of fastidious cleanliness, which might well be imitated by a number of its detractors. It washes its face, and in so doing foretells the weather into the bargain. One can entertain the idea of putting a ribbon around its neck, never a collar. It cannot be enslaved. It permits no modifications in its race. It lends itself to no combinations that industries could attempt. The cat reflects, this is obvious, contrary to the dog, a lack brain whose rabies is his crowning idiocy. In short, the cat is a dignified, proud, disdainful animal that hides its love affairs in the shadows, almost within the clouds, upon the roofs, in the vicinity of the night-working students. It defies advances, tolerates no insults, it abandons the house in which it is not treated according to its merits. In short, the cat is truly an aristocrat in type and origin, whereas the dog is and ever will be naught but a vulgar parvenu by dint of complaisance. The sole argument at all plausible against the cat is that it destroys the birds, the nightingales as well as the sparrows. If the dog does not as much, it is because he is too clumsy and stupid. He runs also after the birds, but barking, the birds escape him, and he stays behind completely dumbfounded, open-mouthed, and with astonished tail. He makes up for it upon the partridges and rabbits, After 2 years' submission to the strong collar in order to learn this art, and it is not for himself, but for the hunter, that he goes in quest of game. The imbecile! He persecutes the animals, an animal himself, for the profit of the man who beats him. At least, when the cat catches a bird, she has an excuse. It is to eat it herself. Why would that authorize man to slander her? Let men regard one another. They will see in their race, as in that of cats, those who have claws and have no other preoccupation but to destroy those who have wings. End of section 51. Section 52 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Katrina. Cats and Kittens by Various. Mistress Kitty, the Family Cat, and Dr. Tom Mew by Anonymous. Mistress Kitty. Mistress Kitty, from the city, how do your kittens grow? With eyes so bright, and fur so white, and teeth a shining row? My kittens white, my heart's delight, their fur is just like snow. They play and fight from morn till night, and that's the way they grow. The Family Cat. I can fold up my claws in my soft velvet paws, and purr in the sun till the short day is done, for I am the Family Cat. I can doze by the hour in the vine-covered bower, winking and blinking through sunshine and shower, for I am the Family Cat. From gooseberry bush or where bright currants blush, I may suddenly spring for a bird on the wing, or dart up a tree if a brown nest I see, and select a choice morsel for dinner or tea, and no one to blame me, berate me, or shame me, for I am the Family Cat. In the cold winter night, when the ground is all white, and the icicles shine in a long silver line, I stay not to shiver in the moonbeam's pale quiver, but curl up in the house, as snug as a mouse, and play Jacky Horner in the coziest corner, breaking nobody's laws, with my chin on my paws, asleep with one eye, and awake with the other, for pats from the children, kind words from the mother, for I am the Family Cat. Dr. Tom Mew. This is the schoolmaster, Dr. Tom Mew, who teaches young kittens, and birches them too. When he cries, "Silence!" each pupil turns pale, and trembles right down to the tip of his tail. End of section 52.
Section 53 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Cats and Kittens by Various. Where is my kitty? By Anonymous. Child runs in, calling, "Kitty, kitty, kitty!" Stops and looks about. "Where can you be?" As if thinking a moment, shakes head as she recites the line, "Perhaps you're in the garden." Recites fourth line and runs out a moment. "I'll run out and see." Enters hurriedly and tells audience, "She's not in the garden and not in the shed." Sorrowfully stands disconsolate a moment. "Oh, what shall I do if my kitty is dead?" Recites line, skips to entrance near right front, and looks in, comes back, and stops a moment as if thinking. "I'll look in Mama's room." Recites line, goes and looks in chair, stops a moment. "I'll look in my chair." Recites third line, goes and looks at table. Seeing no kitty, looks heartsick and ready to cry. "I'll look on the table, but no kitty is there." Looks up and off left, suddenly face brightens as she listens. Recites line, full of joy and animation and love. "You found her, the darling!" Listens, speaks as if astonished, takes Kitten in her arms very lovingly. What? There, you don't say? Talks to Kitty very lovingly, drawing out on my Kitty. Gives Kitty a loving squeeze. Asleep in the barn, cuddled up in the hay. My Kitty. End of section 53.
Section 54 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Kathy's Story by Anonymous. Now stay right still and listen, kitty cat, and I'll tell you a story. Once there was a little girl. She was a pretty good little girl and minded her papa and mama everything they said, only sometimes she didn't, and then she was naughty. But she was always sorry and said she wouldn't do so any more, and her mama'd forgive her. So she was going to hang up her stocking. "You'll have to be pretty good, lest it won't be filled," said her mamma. "Lest maybe there'll be a big bunch of sticks in it," said her papa. Do you think that's a nice way to talk, kitty cat? I don't. So the little girl was good as she could be, and didn't cry nor slap her little sister hardly any at all, and always minded her mamma, 'specially when she came where the chimney was. So she hung up her stocking, and in the night she got awake and wanted it to come morning, but in the morning she didn't get awake till 'twas all sunshiny outdoor. Then she ran as quick as she could to look at her stocking where she'd hung it, and true's you live, kitty cat, there wasn't the leastest little mite of a scrimp. Oh, the little girl felt dreadful. How'd you feel suppose it had been you, kitty cat? She meant to cry, the little girl did, and she kept going harder and harder, till by and by she screeched o'erfly, and her mamma came running to see what was the matter. "Mercy me," said her mamma, "look over by the window 'fore you do that any more, Kathy." That little girl's name was Kathy, too, kitty cat, just the same as mine. So she looked over by the window, the way her mamma said, and oh, there was the loveliest dolly's house you ever saw in all your born life. It had curtains to pull to the side when you wanted to play, and pull in front when you didn't. There was a bedroom, kitty cat, and a dinner room, and a kitchen and a parlor, and they all had carpets on. And there was the sweetest dolly in the parlor, all dressed up in blue silk. Oh, dear, and a piano to play real little tunes on, and a rocking chair, and, oh, kitty cat, I can't begin to tell you half about it. I can't about the bedroom either, nor the dinner room. But the kitchen was the very bestest of all. There was a stove, a teenty-taunty mite of a one, kitty cat, with dishes just 'zactly like mamma's, only littler, of course, and frying pans and everything, and spoons to stir with, and a rolling pin, and 2 little cutters out, and the darlingest baker sheet ever you saw. The first thing that little girl did was to make some teenty mites of cookies, 'cause her mamma let her, and if you'll come right downstairs, kitty cat, I'll give you one, 'cause I was that little girl, kitty cat, all the time. End of section 54. Read by Shauna Starr, Victoria, Canada, January 31st, 2026.
Section 55 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. Cats and Kittens by Various. Ready for Breakfast by Anonymous. Meow, meow, meow. I'm ready for breakfast now. I want to be fed on milk and bread. Meow, meow, meow. Miss Tabby Cat's Reception by Elizabeth L. Gould. The eldest Miss Tabby Cat gave an at-home with music and choice recitations by Signor Angora, quite lately from Rome, who rendered the yowls of all nations. The scores without words sung by Fräulein von Manx were greeted with murmurs of charming, while her chanson d'allée elicited thanks so loud they were almost alarming. There was, too, a sonata composed by Sewall, which was classic and claimed the attention. For fully an hour the themes, one and all, were models of feline invention. This piece and the trio Beloved Young Mouse were voted the evening's successes. The latter was purred by 3 guests of the house, who wore solid tortoise-shell dresses. The pleasant refreshments were freely dispensed. At 12 there were crumbs of long standing, and milk in all possible forms save condensed, set forth on the cellar way landing. Now little Miss Velvet Paw pattering home in a shower beneath the umbrella of Signor Angora, quite lately from Rome, said, "Wasn't it nice in that cellar? And wasn't Miss Tabby the dearest old thing? And weren't those spilt milkings just splendid? And didn't that Manx creature know how to sing? Though she looked, well, least said, soonest mended." But Fräulein von Manx, treading homeward alone, with a large book of songs, said 'twas spiteful, of course. She was ready to gnaw a dry bone, and the damp in the cellar was frightful, and the eldest Miss Tabby Cat sank on the stair, where she stood and reflected with sorrow on the mess that her party had made everywhere, and the bills that would come on the morrow. End of section 55. Section 56 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. 5 Kitty Cats by Anonymous. For the baby fingers. To be played with open fingers first, closing each as designated. 5 little kitty cats on the kitchen floor. This one saw a rolling ball. Then there were 4. 4 little kitty cats sleeping as can be. This one smelled a creepy mouse. Then there were 3. 3 little kitty cats wondering what they'll do. This one heard the milk boy's bell. Then there were 2 little kitty cats sleeping in the sun. Baby wanted one to love. Then there was 1 little kitty cat left all alone. Along came a barking dog. Then there was none. End of section 56.
Section 57 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. My Kittens by Olive Stevens Brown. Do you want to see my kittens? I found them in the shed. They squirm so I can't hold 'em. I'll haul 'em on my sled. I guess I'd better name 'em, 'cause some might get away. Who'd ever thought of kittens all cuddled in that hay? I'll call this white one Muffy. He looks just like a muff. This little spotted fat one, I guess I'll call him Puff. This black one with the boots on, he looks so smart and brisk. I'll put a collar on him and put around it Frisk. These gray ones, guess they'll puzzle me. They're just as live as pins. I'll tell you what I think, sir. These kittens must be twins. I guess I needn't name them. It wouldn't hardly pay, 'cause I wouldn't know tomorrow which one was which today. End of section 57. Read by Kristen Campbell, Colorado Springs, February 6, 2026.
Section 58 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Two Pussycats by Ella Wheeler Wilcox. 1. The Pet Cat. Dainty little ball of fur, sleek and round and fat, yawning through the lazy hours, someone's household cat. Lying on a bed of down, decked in ribbons gay. What a pleasant life you lead, whether night or day. Dining like an epicure from a costly dish, served with what you like the best, chicken, meat, or fish. Purring at an outstretched hand, knowing but caresses. Half the comforts of your life, pussy, no one guesses. Romping through the house at will, racing down the hall. Full of pretty, playful pranks, loved and praised by all. Wandering from room to room to find the choicest spot. Favored little household puss, happy is your lot. Sleeping on my lady's lap, or dozing by the grate, fed with catnip tea if ill, what a lucky fate! Loved in life and mourned in death, and stuffed, maybe, at that, and kept up on the mantel shelf. Dear pet cat. 2. The Tramp Cat. Poor little beggar cat, hollow-eyed and gaunt, creeping down the alleyway like a ghost of want. Kicked and beat by thoughtless boys, bent on cruel play. What a sorry life you lead, whether night or day. Hunting after crusts and crumbs, gnawing meatless bones. Trembling at a human step, fearing bricks and stones. Shrinking at an outstretched hand, knowing only blows. Wretched little beggar cat, born to suffer woes. Stealing to an open door, craving food and heat. Frightened off with angry cries, and broomed into the street. Tortured, teased, and chased by dogs through the lonely night. Homeless little beggar cat, sorrow is your plight. Sleeping anywhere you can, in the rain and snow, waking in the cold gray dawn, wondering where to go. Dying in the street at last, starved to death at that, picked up by the scavenger, poor tramp cat. End of section 58. Read by Scarlett Kavanaugh, North Carolina, April 4th, 2026.
Section 59 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. Cats and Kittens by Various. Matilda Martha May by Fanny Rogers White. Matilda Martha May played the livelong day. When supper time came, this little dame was too sleepy to eat her way. Her head would go up and down, bobbing around and round, while Kitty Puss sat just waiting for that. Then up on the table she bound. She ate all the way in sight. Now do you think that was right? While this little Yum-Yum, with an empty tum-tum, spent a very restless night. End of section 59.
Section 60 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. An Object of Love by Mary E. Wilkins. A tiny white painted house with a door and one window in front, and a little piazza over which the roof jutted and on which the kitchen door opened on the rear corner. Squashes were piled up on this piazza in a great yellow and green heap. Ann Millet, her shawl pinned closely over her hair and ears, the small oval of her solemn, delicate old face showing almost uncanny beneath it, stood in the door surveying the sky outside. "There's going to be a heavy frost, sure enough," she said. "I'll have to get the squashes in. Thar's Miss Stone coming. Hope to goodness she won't stop and hinder me. Law sakes, I'd ought to have more patience." A tall, stooping figure came up the street and paused at the gate hesitatingly. "Good evening, Ann. Good evening, Miss Stone. Getting in your squashes, ain't you?" Mrs. Stone spoke in a very high-pitched tone. Ann was somewhat deaf. "Yes, I didn't dare risk 'em out tonight, it's so cold." "Well, it's a good deal colder than I had any idea of when I come out. Yes, I'd take 'em in. We got our'n in last week. We ain't got more'n half as many as you have. I shouldn't think you could use 'em all, Ann." "Well, I do. I allers liked squashes, and Willie likes 'em too. You'd ought to see him brush round me, a-rounding up his back and purring when I'm a-scraping of 'em out of the shell. He likes 'em better'n fresh meat. Seems queer for a cat to like such things. Our'n won't touch 'em. How nice and big your cat looks, a-setting thar in the window. He's a-watching of me. He jumped up thar jest the minute I come out. He's a good deal of company for you, ain't he?" "Yes, he is. What on earth I should do this long winter that's coming without him, I don't know. Everybody wants something that's alive in the house." "That's so. It must be pretty lonesome for you, anyway." "Well, I don't mean to complain. I'd ought to be thankful. I've got my Bible and Willie, and a roof over my head, and enough to eat and wear, and p'raps some other woman ain't lonesome because I am, and maybe she'd be one of the kind that didn't like cats, and wouldn't have got along half as well as me. No, I never ought to complain. Well, if all of us looked at our mercies more'n our trials, we'd be a good deal happier. But sakes, I must be going. Good night, Ann." "Good night, Miss Stone." Mrs. Stone hitched rapidly down the street to her own home, and Ann went on tugging in her squashes. She was a little woman, and had to carry them in one at a time. After they were all in, she took off her shawl and hung it on a nail behind the kitchen door. Then she gave her cat his saucer of warm milk in a snug corner by the stove, and sat down contentedly to her own supper. The cat was a beautiful little animal, with a handsome dark striped coat on his back, and white paws and face. When he had finished lapping his milk, he came and stood beside his mistress's chair while she ate, and purred, and she gave him bits of bread from her plate now and then. She talked to him. "Nice, Willie, nice cat. Got up on the window to see me bring in the squashes, didn't he? There's a beautiful lot of 'em, and he shall have some stewed for his dinner tomorrow, so he shall." And the cat would purr, and rub his soft coat against her, and look as if he knew just what she meant. There was a prayer meeting that evening, and Ann Millet went. She never missed one. The minister, when he entered, always found her sitting in the same place. She had a pretty voice when she was young, people said, and she sang now in a sweet, thin quaver the hymns which the minister gave out. She listened in solemn enjoyment to the stereotyped prayers and the speaker's remarks. After meeting, Anne always went up and told him how much she had enjoyed his remarks, and inquired after his wife and children. To her, a minister was an unpublished apostle, and his wife and family were set apart on the earth. When she had reached home and lighted her lamp, she called her cat. She had expected to find him waiting to be let in, but he was not. She stood out on her little piazza and called, "Willie! Willie! Willie!" She thought every minute she would see him bounding around the corner, but she did not. She called over and over, "Willie! Willie! Kitty! Kitty! Kitty!" Finally she went into the house and waited a while, crouching, shivering with cold and nervousness, over the kitchen stove. Then she went outside and called again, "Willie!" over and over, waiting between the calls, trembling, her dull old ears alert, her dim old eyes strained. She ran out to the road and looked and called. Once her heart leaped. She thought she saw Willie coming, but it was only a black cat which belonged to one of the neighbours. Over and over, all night long, she called the poor little creature, which was everything earthly she had to keep her company in the great universe in which she herself was so small. In the morning she went over to Mrs. Stone's, her small old face wild and wan. "Have you seen anything of Willie?" she asked. "He's been out all night, and I'm afraid something's happened to him. I never knowed him to stay out so before." When they told her they had not seen him, she went on to the next neighbours to inquire, but no one had seen anything of the cat. All that day and night, at intervals, people heard her plaintive, inquiring call, "Willie! Willie! Willie!" The next Sunday Anne was not out at church. Mrs. Stone went over to see what was the matter. "Why, Ann Millet, are you sick?" she asked. "No, I ain't sick." "You warn't out to meetin', and I didn't know. I ain't never going to meetin' agin." "Why, what do you mean?" "I mean just what I say. I ain't never going to meetin' agin. Folks go to meetin' to thank the Lord for blessings, I s'pose. I have lost mine, and I ain't going." "What have you lost, Anne?" "Ain't I lost Willie? You don't mean to say you're making such a fuss as this over a cat?" "Yes, I do." "Well, I ain't nothing agin cats, but I must say I'm beat. Why, Ann Millet, it's downright sinful for you to feel so. Of course, you set a good deal by Willie, but it ain't as if he was a human creature. Cats is cats. For my part, I never thought it was right to set by animals as if they was babies. I can't hear what you say. I never thought it was right to set by animals as if they was babies. I don't care. It's comforting to have live creatures about you, and I ain't never had anything like other women. I ain't had no folks of my own since I can remember. I've worked hard all my life, and had nothing at all to love, and I thought I'd ought to be thankful all the same. But I did want as much as a cat. Well, as I said before, I've nothing agin cats, but I don't understand any human being with an immortal soul a setting so much by one. I can't hear what you say. I don't understand any human being with an immortal soul a setting so much by a cat. You've got folks, Miss Stone." "I know I have, but folks is trials sometimes. But, Ann Millet, I didn't think you was one to sink down so under any trial. I thought the Lord would be a comfort to you." "I know all that, Miss Stone, but when it comes to it, I'm here and I ain't thar, and I've got hands, and I want something I can touch." Then the poor soul broke down and sobbed out loud like a baby. "I ain't never felt as if I ought to begrudge other women their homes and their folks. I thought p'raps I could get along better without 'em than some, and the Lord knowed it, and seeing there warn't enough to go round, he gave 'em to them that needed 'em most. I ain't never felt as if I ought to complain, but thar was cats enough. I might ha' had that much." "You can get another cat, Ann. Miss Maxwell's got some real smart kittens." "I don't want any of Miss Maxwell's kittens. I don't never want any other cat." "Perhaps yourn will come back." "No, he won't. I'll never see him again. I felt just that way about it from the first. Hark! I declare I thought I heard a cat mew somewhere, but I guess I didn't. Well, I'm sorry, Ann." "Why, Ann Millet, where's your squashes?" "I throwed 'em away out in the field. Willie can't have none of 'em now, and I don't care about 'em myself." Mrs. Stone looked at her in horror. When she got home she told her daughter that Ann Millet was in a dreadful state of mind, and she thought the minister ought to see her. The next day the minister called on her. He did not find her so outspoken. Her awe of him restrained her. Still, Ann Millet was for the time a wicked, rebellious old woman. In the course of the call a rap came at the kitchen door. "Nothing but a little gal with a multi-cat," said she. "The children have got wind of my losing Willie, and they mean it all right, but it seem as if I should fly. They keep coming and bringing cats. They'll find a cat that they think maybe is Willie, and so they bring him to show me. They brought multi and white cats, and cats all multi. They brought yaller cats, and black, and they warn't one of 'em looked like Willie. Then they brought kittens that they knowed warn't Willie, but they thought maybe I'd like 'em instead of him. They mean all right, I know. They're real tender-hearted, but it most kills me. Why, they brought me 2 little kittens that hain't got their eyes open just before you came. They was striped and white, and they said they thought they'd grow up to look like Willie." He went away without saying much of anything. He was so afraid that what he said might be out of proportion to the demands of the case. Going out the door, he stopped and listened a minute. He thought he heard a cat mew. Then he concluded he was mistaken and went on. He watched eagerly for Ann the next meeting night, but she did not come. The day after the meeting, she had occasion to go down cellar for something. The cellar stairs led up to the front part of the house. Ann went through her chilly sitting room and opened the cellar door, which was in the front entry. There was a quick rush from the gloom below, and Willie flew up the cellar stairs. "Lor' sakes!" said Ann, with a white, shocked face. "He has been down there all the while. Now I remember. He followed me when I came through here to get my cloak that meeting night, and he wanted to go down cellar, and I let him. Lor' sakes!" She went back into the kitchen, her knees trembling. She poured out a saucer of milk and watched Willie hungrily lapping. He did not look as if he had suffered, though he had been in the cellar a week. Ann watched him, the white, awed look still on her face. I suppose he mewed and I didn't hear him. There he was all the time, just where I put him, and me a blaming of the Lord and putting of it on him. I've been an awful wicked woman. I ain't been to meeting, and I've talked, and them squashes I threw away. It's been so warm they ain't froze, and I don't deserve it. I hadn't ought to have one of 'em. I hadn't ought to have anything. I'd ought to offer up Willie. Lor' sakes! Think of me a saying what I did, and him down cellar." That afternoon Mrs. Stone saw Anne slowly and painfully bringing in squashes one at a time. The next meeting night Anne was in her place. After meeting, the minister hurried out of his desk to speak to her. When she looked up at him, her old cheeks were flushing. "The cat has come back," said Anne. End of section 60. Read by Garth Burton.
Section 61 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Kitten's Fright by Anonymous. Little kitty cottontail, pass hands over eyes as if just awakening, rubbed her sleepy eyes, extend hands at right angles to chest and move them to and fro, went out for a morning walk. Hand by side, head erect and looked straight in front as if astonished at something, stared in wild surprise. "Meow!" cried Kitty Cottontail to her sister calling. Beckon with finger and nod head as if calling in haste. "Poppy, Poppy, let us hide!" Raise hands and arms vertically, and then with hands at right angles to arms, lower them quickly. "See, the sky is falling!" Move hands quickly to right. Cottontail and Poppy ran down the yard together. Baby Jimbo met and stopped to talk about the weather. "Meow," said Kitty Cottontail. "Meow," said Baby Jimbo. Point as if directing attention to the 3 kittens running to right. So they all ran on again, with their arms akimbo. Raise forefinger of right hand and gesticulate as if to emphasize. Mother Tortoiseshell they met. "What means this?" she cried. Raise hands and arms vertically, and then, with hands at right angles to arms, lower them quickly. "Skies are falling," answered they. Beckon with finger and nod head as if calling in haste. "Come with us and hide." Raise forefinger of right hand and gesticulate as if to emphasize. Mother Tortoiseshell was wise, and her speech was slow. Shake head and speak very deliberately. "Foolish little cats," she said. "That is only snow." End of section 61.
Section 62 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Warning. Good morning, Mr. Mouse. We've nothing for you here. You'd better run away, for Kitty Cat is near. Run, 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 run. My Cat by Charles Baudelaire. My pretty cat to my heart I hold, my heart ever warm to her. Let me look in thine eyes of agate and gold, thy claws keep sheathed in fur. My finger strokes thy head and thrills, thy back that arches higher. My touch with quivering rapture fills thy veins electric fire. I dream of my love, her eyes like thine, profound and cold, sweet cat of mine. My soul, like dart wounds fret, a subtle air, a deadly sweet, breathes round her, and from head to feet envelops my brunette. End of section 62, read by Marisol in Clemson, South Carolina, January 26, 2026.
Section 63 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. Cats and Kittens by Various. Categorical Courtship and Tommy by Anonymous. I sat one night beside a blue-eyed girl. The fire was out, and so too was her mother. A feeble flame around the lamp did curl, making faint shadows blending in each other. 'Twas nearly 12 o'clock, too, in November. She had a shawl on also, I remember. Well, I had been to see her every night for 13 days, and had a sneaking notion to pop the question, thinking all was right, and once or twice had made an awkward motion to take her hand, and stammered, coughed, and stuttered, but somehow nothing to the point had uttered. I thought this chance too good now to be lost. I hitched my chair up pretty close beside her, drew a long breath, and then my legs I crossed, bent over, sighed, and for 5 minutes eyed her. She looked as if she knew what next was coming, and with her foot upon the floor was drumming. I didn't know how to begin or where. I couldn't speak. The words were always choking. I scarce could move. I seemed tied in my chair. I hardly breathed. 'Twas awful provoking. The perspiration from each pore was oozing. My heart and brain and limbs their power seemed losing. At length I saw a brindled tabby cat walk purring up, inviting me to pat her. An idea came, electric-like. At that, my doubts, like summer clouds, began to scatter. I seized on Tabby, though a scratch she gave me, and said, "Come, puss, ask Mary if she'll have me." 'Twas done at once. The murder now was out. The thing was all explained in half a minute. She blushed, and turning Pussy round about, said, "Pussy, tell him yes." Her foot was in it. The cat had thus saved me my category. And here's the catastrophe of my story. End of section 63.
Section 64 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox.org by Wandering Walker. Cats and Kittens by Various. Hodge the Cat by Susan Coolidge. Burly and big, his books among good Samuel Johnson sat, with frowning brows and wig askew, his snuff-strown waistcoat far from new, so stern and menacing his air, that neither Black Sam nor the maid to knock or interrupt him dare. Yet close beside him, unafraid, sat Hodge the cat. This participle, the doctor wrote, the modern scholar cavils at, but even as he penned the word, a soft protesting note was heard. The doctor fumbled with his pen, the dawning thought took wings and flew. The sound repeated came again. It was a faint reminding you from Hodge the cat. "Poor pussy," said the learned man, giving the glossy fur a pat. "It is your dinner time, I know, and well, perhaps I ought to go. For if Sam every day were sent off from his work your fish to buy, why, men are men, he might resent, and starve or kick you on the sly. Eh, Hodge, my cat?" The dictionary was laid down. The doctor tied his vast cravat, and down the buzzing street he strode, taking an often trodden road, and halted at a well-known stall. "Fishmonger," spoke the doctor, gruff, "give me 6 oysters, that is all. Hodge knows when he has had enough. Hodge is my cat." Then home puss dined, and while in sleep he chased a visionary rat, his master sat him down again, rewrote his page, renibbed his pen, each I was dotted, each T was crossed. He laboured on for all to read, nor deemed that time was waste or lost, spent in supplying the small need of Hodge the cat. That dear old doctor, fierce of mien, untidy, arbitrary, fat, what gentle thoughts his name unfold, so generous of his scanty gold, so quick to love, so hot to scorn, kind to all sufferers under heaven. A tenderer despot never was born. His bigger heart held a corner even for Hodge the cat. Pussy and the Mice, by Anonymous. Some little mice sat in a barn to spin. Pussy came by and popped his head within. "Shall I come in and bite your threads right off?" "Oh no, kind sir, you'll snap instead our heads all off." End of section 64.
Section 65 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Bad Peter, Bad Joe by Anonymous. I suppose you've heard tell of those frolicsome kittens who covered their paws with some bright woolen mittens and behaved so politely in every way. Well, we'll never mind them, for they died long ago, and I now want to tell you of Peter and Joe, 2 troublesome kittens who live at Herne Bay. They are always in mischief and leave nothing alone. Run away with my knitting or dear doggie's bone. Roll over and over the clean kitchen table, climb up to the very tip-top of the stairs, then race to the bottom as mad as wild hares, rush out to the garden and hide in the stable. You never can catch them unless they are sleeping, and even when they scratch you, they don't mind your weeping, but stare at you boldly and stiffen their tails. These very sad kittens, Bad Peter, Bad Joe, and the worst of it is, one never can know any way to improve them, for every plan fails. There are 2 little boys, just like Peter and Joe, for they're always in mischief wherever they go, till the people say, "Oh, what a bother they are." No, I won't print their names, for perhaps they'll be good, perhaps behave for the future, as gentlemen should. So instead of their names, why, I'll put a big X. Yes, and if very soon they're behaving no better, why, their names must be printed, every letter. What is it that looks like a cat, walks like a cat, but isn't a cat? A kitten. End of section 65. Read by Shauna Starr, Victoria, Canada, February 8th, 2026. Section 66 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Kind Boy by Mrs. Frederick W. Pender. Written especially for this book. The boy who strives to honest be and shows a dog or cat that he will be their friend in want or woe, why, that's the boy I honor so. He never tries by act to do what oft will make some kitten mew, but he defends her with his might and takes a stand that's brave and right. To see a creature suffer much from some rude hand his heart will touch, and he will shun a wicked mate who tortures pets for pleasure's sake. In all this land how grand would be a mighty band of boys to see who make a point at home or play to treat all pets in kindly way. A bird or dog, a horse or cat will grateful be for kindly pat in friendly way, and thus you'll do some good each day, I know 'tis true. Then, too, a boy with heart so warm will nobler grow as years roll on, and his strong arm will oft be sought to check some wrong that mischief wrought. Little Pussy by Taylor. I like little Pussy, her coat is so warm, and if I don't hurt her, she'll do me no harm. So I'll not pull her tail, nor drive her away, but Pussy and I very gently will play. End of section 66. Read by Shauna Starr, Victoria, Canada, March 8th, 2026.
Section 67 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Kitten in the Falling Leaves by William Wordsworth. Actions by Bertha L. Colburn. See the kitten on the wall, point to right, sporting with the leaves that fall. Same with circular movement of hand. Withered leaves, 1, 2, and 3. Point to 3 leaves in same direction, but slightly different places. From the lofty elder tree, point higher. Through the calm and frosty air of this morning bright and fair. Raise arms front to shoulder level and carry outward to half sides, turning palms upward. Eddying round and round they sink. Turn palms down and move arms in circles, lowering slowly. Softly, softly, one might think, from the motions that are made. Turn palms down and move arms in circles, lowering slowly. Every little leaf conveyed, sylph or fairy hither tending. Arms extended at front shoulder level, palms up. To this lower world descending. Turn palms and lower to low front. Each invisible and mute, peer forward. In his wavering parachute. Extend arms at front shoulder level, palms down, and wave hands slightly to sides. But the kitten, how she starts! Point to right. Crouches, stretches, paws, and darts. Bend forward, extend arms, move hands downward, and give leaping movement with arms. First at one, and then its fellow. Point left, then right. Just as light and just as yellow. There are many now one. Point outward with both hands, lower right. Now they stop, and there are none. Lower left. What intenseness of desire in her upward eye of fire. Look up eagerly. With a tiger leap halfway, now she meets the coming prey. Give leaping movement with arms and close hands. Let's it go as fast. Open hands. And then has it in her power again Give leaping movement with arms and close hands. Now she works with 3 or 4. Movement of leaping and catching leaves. Like an Indian conjurer, quick as he in feats of art. Carry left arm out to half side midline, palm up. Far beyond in joy of heart. Clasp hands joyously. Were her antics played in the eye of 1,000 standers by. Carry both arms out to midline at half sides, palms up. Clapping hands with shout and stare. Clap hands. What would little Tabby care? Point to right. For the plaudits of the crowd. Clap hands. Over happy to be proud, over wealthy in the treasure. Lift forearms to midline at half sides, palms up. Of her own exceeding pleasure. Clasp hands joyously. What does a cat have that no other animal has? Kittens. End of section 67.
Section 68 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Lynette Caulkins. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Black Cat Crossed His Luck by J.D. Carruthers. From The Black Cat Club by special permission. Oh, the black cat caught old Sambo Lee as he come home from a jamboree. The cat sat up in a juniper tree, shaking up his sides with glee. The moon was sailing overhead. Sam's heart felt like a lump of lead. Black cat grinned and wonked one eye, licked his paws and give a sigh. And then he cried, "Meow, meow! Upon my soul, I'm got you now!" Fall down and pray, po' colored man, for the old black cat done call your hand. Sam lose his job the very next day, and when he went to get his pay, got bit by a po' man's dog. Policeman bit him with his log. Got arrested, put in jail, had to hustle hard for bail. Lost his lawsuit, sprained his jaw, wrangling with his mother-in-law. Lost his best of lady loves, got knocked out with the boxing gloves. Got held up and lost his role. Robber almost took his soul. Sam went to the hospital. 3 weeks passed 'fore he got well. Played the races, got broke flat, and all because of that black cat. Then to the conjure man Sam sped, and this am what the conjure man said. Black cat am a powerful man, ruining motels am his plan. Old Satan and the original sin am the daddy and mammy of him. He's got 999 lives, 19,099 wives. He's kin to cholera and allied to smallpox on the mammy's side. And all the evils on the earth started at the black cat's birth. Just stop and die right while you's at, if your luck been crossed by the old black cat. And then some read in history that a cat crossed Pharaoh by the sea, and buried him as shows you bone, too deep to hear old Gabriel's horn, and that the cat crossed Jonah once, and made him act a regular dunce. Crossed Bonaparte at Waterloo, and got James Blaine defeated too. "Oh, Lord a mercy now on me," cried Sam, "and on his history." And then Sam went and killed the cat, swore he'd make an end of that, buried him in the light of the moon, with a rabbit's foot and a silver spoon. But the black cat riz and swallered him whole, burnt his house and took his soul. End of The Black Cat Crossed His Luck. "I know where there is a catbird's nest," said Jack as he came in to dinner, "and it's full of young ones." "Let me see," shouted wee Bessie. "I want to see the kitty birds." End of section 68.
Section 69 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. Cats and Kittens by Various. Baron Grimalkin's Death by William M. Carleton. O'er a low barn the setting sun had thrown its latest ray, where in his last strong agony a dying tomcat lay, one who had caught full many a mouse by pantry, barn, and shelf, but now by unrelenting death at last was caught himself. They come around me here and say, my days of life are o'er, that I shall snoop in pans of milk and scratch and fight no more. They come and to my whiskers dare tell me now that I, the oldest tomcat on the place, that I, yow, yow, must die. And what is death? I've braved him oft before the poker's thrust. I've fought full many a cat and dog for many a bone and crust. I've met him, faced him, scorned him when the fight was raging hot. If he comes here, I'll scratch his eyes, defy and fear him not. Ho, sound the signal from the barn and raise a mighty din. Go round to every house and farm and call each tomcat in. Away and do my bidding now, my every order mind. Bring hither every rat and mouse that you can catch and find. 100 cats were busy then. A feast of rats was spread, and everything was done in haste, as the old cat had said, while through a crack the rising moon lit up the novel scene and shone on poor old Thomas Cat of sad but gritty mien. Soon hurrying through the great barn door, the neighboring pussies came, some black, some white, some grizzly gray, some wild and others tame. They gathered quickly round the feast, each sitting firm and straight, while at their head the dying cat, with tail curled round him, sat. Let every one be filled, my cats, eat all you can tonight, and then when we have done our feast, we'll have a glorious fight. Are ye all there, my Thomas cats? Mine eyes are waxing dim. Now wash your faces, bristle up, and get in fighting trim. Ye're there, and yet I see ye not. Come clench together now, and let me hear you scratch and fight. We'll have a glorious row. I hear it faintly, louder yet. What clogs my breath, I say? Up all, and scratch and fight and yowl, and scare grim death away. Teeth bite with teeth, cat fought with cat, and rose a deafening yowl, and scared the horses in that barn, and made the cattle bawl. Ho, cravens! Do ye fear him? Slaves, traitors, have ye flown? Ho, tomcats, have ye left me to meet him here alone? But I defy him, let him come. Down came his sharp old claws, and rage and fury grimly clashed within his teeth and jaws, and with his staring yellow eyes protruding from his head, there on a bunch of barley straw lay the old rascal dead. End of section 69.
Section 70 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by ShrimpPhish. Cats and Kittens by Various. Little Kitty by Anonymous. Move right forefinger. What does little kitty say? Please give me, point to self, a taste today. Raise hand to mouth. Bread, spread hand out to right, and milk, spread hand out to left. So nice, I see. Leave a little. Show first 2 fingers of left hand and cross them with first finger of right hand. Please, for me, point to self. End of section 70.
Section 71 of Cats and Kittens. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. A Feline Fate. Because the night was bitterly cold, Dick Eaton put on his heavy overcoat, in which everything was fur-lined, even to the pockets, before starting for Mrs. Layton's dinner. He was, in general, a happy-hearted fellow, but when one has just received a severe snub from one's lady-love, one does not contemplate a dinner with much satisfaction. Dick was in love with a girl of wit as well as of beauty, a young lady who could afford to pick and choose. Dick's friends sang his praises all day long, much to Miss Girton's astonishment. "I cannot understand," she said, "what it is that makes that young Eaton fellow so popular. He hasn't an ounce of brains." So it happened that on this particular evening he was discouraged. The wind blew the sleet in his face. He stumped along, growing less inclined for the chilly formality of a dinner at every step. Half the distance had been traversed when he felt something brush against his foot. It was a kitten, a very weak, very wet, and very miserable kitten. "Hello, old man," said Dick. "Whom do you belong to?" The kitten continued to blink at Dick and to shiver helplessly. It was so very small that it staggered and slid about when it tried to stand. "Well, I'm awfully sorry, but I can't help it, you know. Run home to your mamma. You're far too little to be out alone." He started to move away, but the kitten sprang feebly up his leg and clung there. Dick was fond of cats. He lifted it and rubbed the rough fur for dryness. The kitten sat on his arm and held its head first to one side and then to the other. "Well, you are cool. But I say, old man, what am I to do with you, you know?" The kitten purred. The purr settled it. "Well, I suppose you have got to come. Only, old man, I must say I wish you had chosen to favour me on my way home." And the kitten gave a jubilant burst of purr which sounded apologetic. Dick transferred it to his pocket, which, as it was a very small kitten, was roomy quarters. Dick walked briskly on, chuckling to himself, yet reflecting on his situation with some anxiety. He simply could not produce the beast upon entering Mrs. Layton's parlours. If the animal would stay quietly in his pocket, it might not be so hard to conceal it during the meal, and he would excuse himself as early as possible. "Now, old man," he said to the kitten as they stood on the doorstep, "I have done you a good turn, you know, so I expect you to do me another by lying low and keeping dark. Don't give yourself away if you love me." Never was a dinner so long. They had allotted him to a little girl in her first season, and he was far away from Miss Girton's end of the table. With the third course came a new torment. That kitten was starving. Dick had no doubt of it. He looked about him for something to slip into his pocket. Chicken with truffles or Roman punch was hardly the diet any self-respecting cat would select for her offspring. Dick passed 3 courses endeavouring to manufacture some excuse for leaving the table, but finally gave up in despair, resolving to wait until the ladies retired to the drawing-room. When the cigars had been lighted and chairs pushed back, he felt his hour had come. "Leighton," he said, addressing his host, could I, that is, would it be too much trouble to get me a glass of milk?" An amazed silence fell upon the party. "Milk?" said the host. "Well, you see, the doctor ordered me after every meal." "Oh, of course, if you like." And the butler brought a large tumbler of milk and placed it solemnly before Dick, during a rather chilly silence. He was forced to gulp down at least half the glass. Meanwhile, how to get away? "Leighton," he said, "did I hear you say that Gladstone had been criticised in the Times for that last speech of his?" "Yes," said Leighton, "and of all the unwarrantable—" The men pushed the bottles into the centre of the table, squared their elbows, and in 10 minutes, as Dick had anticipated, were far too deep in politics to observe his movements. With the half-finished glass of milk in his hand, he rose and wandered out of the door and down the hall to where his overcoat hung. The kitten was awake and restless. Dick felt that he was just in time. He held it under one arm and carefully tilted the glass for it until every drop was gone. "There, old man, you feel better, don't you? Have a cigar after you drink." The sound of chairs being pushed about in the dining-room struck him with sudden panic. He spilled the kitten hastily into his pocket again and sped back with the empty glass. In the drawing-room Miss Girton was in her element, and Dick eyed her from afar with a heavy heart. Soon the people wandered out by 2s and 3, a few into the softly lighted hall. Miss Girton was one of these, and Dick, as a matter of course, joined the group of men gathered around her. The ribbon of her bouquet had become untied, and she rolled it in her fingers and trailed it to and fro over the shining wood floor as she talked. Suddenly there was a stir among the overcoats, and 2 bright spots met Dick's eyes, 2 sparks of topaz fire. Oh, that fascinating blue ribbon! How it curved and trailed about! What kitten could have resisted the temptation? Dick made a sudden plunge. "Your ribbon is untied," he said, offering it to Miss Girton with nervous politeness. "Thank you," she said. She let it dangle from her hand for a minute, and then shook it out in a long curved line. No mortal kitten could withstand that. There was a bound and a rush and the scamper of 4 soft little paws, and Dick's unfortunate waif lay on its back under Miss Girton's very feet, kicking and clawing at the ribbon in an ecstasy of playful excitement. "Good gracious!" exclaimed Miss Girton. "Where did that come from?" "It's a cat, by Jove!" said somebody. Then Dick, feeling cold and weak all over, made a step forward. "It's mine. I picked it up. It was so cold and wet, you know." "Did you find it? Was it here all the time? Where did it come from?" Everybody crowded around, while the kitten made short charges at the ribbon, batted at it with its paws, and kicked at it frantically with its hind legs. Dick told the story with a sinking heart. What would she think of him? What would she say? She did not say anything, but nearly everybody else did. "Come, Eaton," cried the host, laughing. "That milk!" "Yes," said Dick, scarlet but sturdy. "It was for the kitten." There was a roar of laughter from the men, and then the joke had to be explained to the ladies. "And why did you not produce the beast right away?" said Leighton. "By the way, there's a smart fox terrier of mine upstairs. Let's introduce them and have some fun." Dick made a dash for his protégé. "No, you don't. This little beast's had quite enough of that sort of thing, I fancy. I'm going to take it home and make it comfortable. You don't mind living with me, old man? We'll be pretty good chums so long as you don't smoke bad tobacco." He got on his overcoat and said good-bye to his hostess amid a fire of good-natured chaff. Then he looked around for Miss Girton. She was standing alone, and her face wore a curious expression. Dick, with his prize cuddled up in his arms, came over to her. "All that for a kitten," she said. "Why was it?" "Oh, well, it liked me, and it was so beastly wet, you know." She gave him her hand with a sudden dazzling smile. "Won't you come and see me tomorrow? I shall be quite alone all the afternoon, and I do so want to hear about the kitten." End of section 71. Read by Garth Burton.
Section 72 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Dishonest Cat by Mrs. Frederick W. Pender. Written expressly for this book. A cat whose name I've heard was Tab was known for being very bad. Her home was good, her mistress kind, but thieving seemed to fill her mind. Her looks were rough, she was not neat from tip of nose to dirty feet, and all her ways, they were so sly, one could not bear to have her nigh. Her greatest crime was from some dish to steal the meat or often fish, and milk if left in pan to cream. If Tab was round, she'd skim it clean. One time she got herself in plight, this naughty cat, it served her right. She stuck her nose in soup so hot, she ran outdoors like she was shot. And from the house she stayed for days, though never mended her bad ways. For she did steal from neighbors' cats their food left out upon the mat. And often was she in disgrace, and couldn't look you in the face, and came to grief at last, I'm told, for thieving and for being bold. Moral. Now, boys and girls, a lesson learn. From your nice ways, oh, never turn. For if you do, perhaps like Tab, your fate may be, why, twice as bad. End of section 72. Section 73 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. Cats and Kittens by Various. Walter Savage Landor's favorite cat, Cinchineo, by Anonymous. Addressed to his child, Carlino. Does Cinchineo follow thee about, inverting one swarth foot suspensively, and wagging his dread jaw at every chirp of bird above him on the olive branch? Frighten him then away, 'twas he who slew our pigeons, our white pigeons peacock-tailed, that feared not you and me, alas, nor him. I flattened his striped sides along my knee, and reasoned with him on his bloody mind, till he looked blandly and half-closed eyes to ponder on my lecture in the shade. I doubt his memory much, his heart a little, and in some minor manners, may I say it, could wish him rather Sager. End of section 73.
Section 74 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Katrina. Cats and Kittens by Various. Homeless Kitten by Jane Campbell. A homeless little kitten came to the door one day. I'm cold and starved, oh let me in, its sad cry seemed to say. I took it up and shut the door upon the bitter storm, and put the little shivering thing before the fire to warm. I gave it milk to drink and smoothed its pretty soft gray fur. "For pussy, stay with me," I said, it answered with a purr. And ever since that winter day I have so happy been. I gained a merry playmate when I let my pussy in. End of section 74.
Section 75 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. My old grey cat and I. The wind blows shrill, and the night is chill, and the black clouds hide the moon, and the raindrops splash on the window sash in a lazy, lonesome tune. But the fire burns low with a rosy glow as the sifting cinders die, and we sit and dream in its cosy gleam, my old grey cat and I. The smoke wreaths curl from my pipe and whirl aloft in the dusky gloom, and the buzzing burr of the cat's soft purr hums low through the raftered room, and the raging rout of the storm without may scream in the chimney high. We're blithe to-night by the fire's warm light, my old grey cat and I. The squire may stand by his hearth so grand, in his palace rich and old, but his haughty breast has a deep unrest, for he fears for his bonds and gold. No wealth have we, so our hearts are free, and our cot is warm and dry. We feel no care in our easy chair, my old grey cat and I. From its well-worn hook in the chimney's nook I take my fiddle down, and snugly in 'neath my grizzled chin I cuddle its breast of brown, and the strain that rings from the crooning strings bids grief to the four winds fly, while the sweet notes swell, we know so well, my old grey cat and I. For puss, old chum, whate'er may come, you're still a comrade true, through shine or rain you ne'er complain, so here's good health to you. The best of luck, my ancient buck, while old time hurries by. Till this world ends we'll be fast friends, my old grey cat and I. End of section 75. Read by Garth Burton.
Section 76 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Larry Thomas. Cats and Kittens by Various. Cat and Fox, a fable. A cat once met a fox in a forest. The fox bragged so much about the many tricks he could do that the cat felt she must, in some way, reply. Finally, she said, very modestly, "Well, I only know how to do one thing. It's my only trick." "You don't say so," replied the fox patronizingly. "Why, I can do no end of tricks. The cat stared at the fox enviously and was suddenly aroused by hearing the horns of the king's hunters and the barking of the dogs. The cat ran up the tree and, sitting on a branch, watched the approach of the cavalcade with serenity. "I thought you could do only one thing," cried out the distracted fox as he ran away. "I can," the cat answered, "but this happens to be my trick." Then the cat had the satisfaction of seeing the dogs, after barking about the foot of the tree, run after the fox. End of section 76.
Section 77 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Miss Edith's modest request. My papa knows you, and he says you're a man who makes reading for books. But I never read nothing you wrote, nor did papa, I know by his looks. So I guess you're like me when I talk, and I talk and I talk all the day, and they only say, "Do stop that, child," or "Nurse, take Miss Edith away." But papa said if I was good, I could ask you, alone by myself, if you wouldn't write me a book like that little one up on the shelf. I don't mean the pictures, of course, for to make them you've got to be smart, but the reading that runs all around them, you know, just the easiest part. You needn't mind what it's about, for no one will see it but me, and Jane, that's my nurse, and John, he's the coachman, just only us three. You're to write of a bad little girl that was wicked and bold and all that, and then you are to write, if you please, something good, very good, of a cat. This cat she was virtuous and meek and kind to her parents, and mild, and careful and neat in her ways, though her mistress was such a bad child. And hours she would sit and would gaze when her mistress, that's me, was so bad, and blink, just as if she would say, "Oh, Edith, you make my heart sad." And yet, you would scarcely believe it, that beautiful angelic cat was blamed by the servants for stealing whatever, they said, she'd get at. And when John drank my milk, don't you tell me, I know just the way it was done. They said 'twas the cat, and she sitting and washing her face in the sun. And then there was Dick, my canary. When I left the cage open one day, they all made believe that she ate it, though I know that the bird flew away. And why? Just because she was playing with a feather she found on the floor, as if cats couldn't play with a feather without people thinking 'twas more. Why, once we were romping together, when I knocked down a vase from the shelf. That cat was as grieved and distressed as if she had done it herself. And she walked away sadly and hid herself, and never came out until tea, so they say, for they sent me to bed, and she never came even to me. No matter whatever happened, it was laid at the door of that cat. Why, once, when I tore my apron, she was wrapped in it, and I called, "Rat!" Why, they blamed that on her. I shall never, no, not to my dying day, forget the pained look that she gave me when they slapped me and took me away. Of course you know just what comes next when a child is as lovely as that. She wasted quite slowly away. It was goodness was killing that cat. I know it was nothing she ate, for her taste was exceedingly nice, but they said she stole Bobby's ice cream and caught a bad cold from the ice. And you'll promise to make me a book like that little one up on the shelf, and you'll call her Naomi, because it's a name that she just gave herself. For she'd scratch my door in the morning, and whenever I'd call out, "Who's there?" she would answer, "Naomi, Naomi," like a Christian, I vow and declare. and you'll put me and her in a book. And mind, you're to say I was bad, and I might have been badder than that but for the example I had. And you'll say that she was a Maltese. And what's that, you asked? Is she dead? Why, please, sir, there ain't any cat. You're to make one up out of your head. End of section 77. Read by Garth Burton.
Section 78 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Miss Kitty Manx to Sir Thomas Angora by Mary S. Boyd. Sir Thomas, pardon me, I pray, but I would like to know if you could not direct me to the swamp where cattails grow. A Prince of Newfoundland, or Only a Dog and a Kitten, by Celia Thaxter. The shower had ceased, but the city street was flooded still with drenching rain, though men and horses with hurrying feet swept on their busy ways again. The gutter ran like a river deep, by the clean-washed pavement fast it rushed, as out of the spouts with a dash and a leap, the singing, sparkling water gushed. A little kitten with ribbon blue crossed over the way to the gutter's brink. With many a wistful, plaintive mew, she seemed at the edge to shudder and shrink. And there she stood while her piteous cries were all unheard by the heedless throng, looking across with such longing eyes, but the torrent was all too swift and strong. Up the streets, o'er the pavements wide, wandered our prince from Newfoundland, stately and careless and dignified, gazing about him on either hand. The sun shone out of his glossy coat, and his beautiful eyes, soft and brown, with quiet, observant glance he took note of all that was passing him up and down. He heard the kitten that wailed and mewed, stopped to look and investigate, the whole situation understood, and went at once to the rescue straight. Calmly out into the street walked he, up to the poor little trembling waif, lifted her gently and carefully, and carried her over the water safe, and set her down on the longed-for shore, licked her soft coat with a kind caress, left her and went on his way once more, the picture of noble thoughtfulness. Only a dog and a cat, you say? Could a human being understand, and be more kind in a human way than this fine old prince of Newfoundland? O children dear, 'tis a lesson sweet. If a poor dumb dog so wise can be, we should be gentle enough to treat all creatures with kindness and courtesy. For surely among us there is not one who such an example could withstand, who would wish in goodness to be outdone by a princely dog from Newfoundland. Riddles. Question. What kind of a cat do we usually find in a large library? Answer. Catalog. Question. Why are cats like unskillful surgeons? Answer. Because they mutilate and destroy patients. End of section 78. Read by Erin, Charleston, South Carolina, March 22nd.
Section 79 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Winifred Assman. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Duel by Eugene Field. The gingham dog and the calico cat side by side on the table sat. 'Twas 12:30, and what do you think? Neither of them had slept a wink. And the old Dutch clock and Chinese plate seemed to know as sure as fate there was going to be an awful spat. I wasn't there. I simply state what was told to me by the Chinese plate. The gingham dog went bow wow wow, and the calico cat replied meow, and the air was streaked for an hour or so with fragments of gingham and calico, while the old Dutch clock in the chimney place up with its hands before its face, for it always dreaded a family row. Now mind, I'm simply telling you what the old Dutch clock declares is true. The Chinese plate looked very blue, and wailed, "Oh dear, what shall we do?" But the gingham dog and the calico cat wallowed this way and tumbled that, and utilized every tooth and claw in the awfulest way you ever saw. And oh, how the gingham and calico flew! Don't think that I exaggerate. I got my news from the Chinese plate. Next morning, where the two had sat, they found no trace of dog or cat. And some folks think, unto this day, that burglars stole that pair away. But the truth about that cat and pup is that they ate each other up. Now what do you really think of that? The old Dutch clock, it told me so, and that is how I came to know. End of section 79.
Section 80 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. In the Hayloft by Helen Thayer Hutchison. Up in the hayloft, Kitten and I, with a window open to the sky, curtained with boughs of the chestnut trees that toss and sway in the cool west breeze. The dome of the sky with a cloud is lined, and the rain comes down when it has a mind, pelting the leaves of the chestnut tree. Never the rain can touch Kitten and me. Up in the hayloft, Kitten and I, the hay behind us is mountain high. The beams across are dusty enough. Darkness broods in the peak of the roof. In pearly lines the daylight falls through the chinks of the boarded walls. The air is fragrant with clover dried, brake and daisies and things beside. Queer little spiders drop down from on high. Softly we welcome them, Kitten and I. Swallows chirp in a lazy strain between the showers of summer rain. Let the rain come down from the clouded sky. We're quiet and cozy, Kitten and I. We muse and purr and think out a rhyme, and never know what has become of time. People down there in the world below, they toil and moil and get dinner and sew. Up in the hay we lazily lie. We have no troubles, Kitten and I. Kitten purrs and stretches and winks. She doesn't speak, but I know what she thinks. Never a king had a throne so high. Never a bird had a cozier nest. There is much that is good, but we have the best. Kitten and I. Emblematic Signification of Cat by Anonymous. In hieroglyphics of ancient monuments of Egypt, a cat represents false friendship or a deceitful, flattering friendship. In heraldry, a cat is an emblem of liberty because it dislikes to be shut up. In coat of arms, the cat must always be represented as full face, both eyes and both ears to show. 3 cats in pale sable is the coat of the family of Kent of Devonshire. The cat is always the emblematic animal of newspaper offices and editors' chairs of today. End of section 80. Read by Marisol in Clemson, South Carolina, March 16th, 2026. Section 81 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Every Mother's Love the Best by Anonymous. As I went over the hills one day, I listened and heard a mother sheep say, "In all the green world there is nothing so sweet as my little lammie with his nimble feet. With his eyes so bright and his wool so white, oh, he is my darling, my heart's delight. The robin that sings in yonder tree dearly may dote on his darlings four, but I love my one little lammie more." So the mother sheep and her little one side by side lay down in the sun, and there let them lie on the hillside warm, while my little darling lies here on my arm. I went to the kitchen, and what did I see but the old gray cat and her kittens three? I heard her whispering soft and low, "My kittens, with their tails so cunningly curled, are the prettiest things in all the world. The birds in the tree and the old sheep, they may love their babies exceedingly, but I love my kittens from morn to night, with their fur so soft and clean and white. Which is the prettiest, I cannot tell, I cannot choose, I love all so well. So I will take up these kittens I love, and we'll lie down together beneath the warm stove." There they snugly lie, under the stove so warm, while my little darling lies here on my arm. I went to the yard and saw the old hen go clucking about with her chickens 10. She clucked and she scratched and she bristled away, and what do you think I heard her say? I heard her say, "The sun never did shine on anything like these 10 chickens of mine. You may hunt the round moon and the stars if you please, but you'll never find any such chickens as these. The cat loves her kittens, the sheep loves her lamb, but they do not know what a proud mother I am. For lambs nor for kittens I won't part with these, though the sheep and the cat should go down on their knees. My dear downy darlings, my sweet little things, come nestle now cozily under my wings." So the mother hen said, and the chickens all sped as fast as they could to their warm feather bed, and there let them lie, 'neath the feathers so warm, while my little darling lies here on my arm. End of section 81. Read by Marisol in Clemson, South Carolina, May 1st, 2026. Section 82 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Me and Bab by Joy Vetrapont. Me and Bab, we went to church, and Bab, she saw a mouse. And 'course she wanted to catch him. And she slipped out under my sack, where I'd hid her when we went to church, and was out of the pew quicker'n no time. Well, my pa's a deacon, and he had a correction box, and he was a-leanin' over with the correction box stretched out so't Frankie Hill, what sat in the farthest corner, could put in a cent, and all the people was given centses, top, and 10 cents too, and 5 cents too. And he was a-stretchin' out the correction box to Frankie, and just then the mouse ran right across his feet, and Bab after him. And my pa, he gave a queer sort of cry, and dropped the correction box, and all the senses fell on the floor in Frankie Hill's pew. And my pa's face went redder'n red, and his ears, and his neck, and he turns around, and he sees our Bab scampering after the mouse, and he started to go after her, and everybody on our side was a-looking at Bab, and the people on the other side that couldn't see Bab was looking at my pa. And then they all looked at Mr. Green, that's the minister, and Mr. Green, he was looking orful solemn. And the mouse ran across the raised places covered with red carpet, where the minister sits. And he ran under his chair, and Bab after him. And all the Dickens had laid down their correction boxes, and was going there too. Not under the chair, I don't mean, but to the raised place with the red carpet. And the mouse, he scampered to the door. That's one side of where the minster sits. And he couldn't get out, and there was no hole for him, and Bab was after him lickety-split. And he comed back and ran into old Miss Tromley's pew. And she screamed and ran out. And then there was a reg'lar scrimmage, and the Dickens was all mixed up, and Bab was among their feet. And my pa stooped down, and he came down between the pews with Bab in his arms, and his face was orful. And he went out with Bab, and the other Dickens went for their boxes. And Mr. Green, he dropped his handkercher, and he was orful long picking it up. And then he coughed, and hid his face in his handkercher. And he shooked all over, just like he did when my pa told that story about the Dickon what put the wrong plaster on his nose. And everybody was laughing, but I was crying, 'cause I didn't know what my pa would do to Bab, or to me. And Frankie Hill, he was picking up senses in his pew when my pa comed back. And he took me by the arm and led me out of the church and says, very stern, "Go home." And our house is close by, so I went all by myself, and my pa went back to his correction box. And I don't know what came of the mouse, but Jemima Jane says it's a good thing my ma's away. I'll get a proper correction box when she gets home. End of section 82. Read by Marisol in Clemson, South Carolina, March 31st, 2026. Section 83 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Cat's Merry Merry Meeting. Action Song for 6 Boys and a Chorus by Stanley Shell. Written expressly for this book. Costume. Every boy wears a different colored costume made from cambric or cotton cloth. First, a hood is made perfectly tight-fitting and covering all except the eyes, nose, and mouth. Then ears are made and fastened to the side of the head. The rest of the costume is made like a little boy's nightsuit, but perfectly tight-fitting and open at the back. The suit is so made that feet and hands are covered by the sleeves, and legs being of sufficient length to form a sort of glove or stocking. To the lower back of the costume is attached a tail, made from the goods rolled in a long coil and sewed together, then attached to suit. Every boy wears a cat mask fitted under hood. Stage setting. At stage center should be placed a table with lighted lamp above it. On table, a large pan of milk. Music, Merry, Merry Cats. Chorus begins to sing, and the cats come wandering in from all parts of stage and on all fours, and to act out the words sung. Merry, Merry Cats. Some merry cats, once upon a time, had a merry, merry meeting. They said, "Good day," and "Howdy do," amid some very loud meowing. Actions. Boys smile as they enter and see the other cats. Then, as they slowly edge around in alert fashion and catch the other's eyes, they bow, move along, say "Good day" and "Howdy do," and scamper quickly about, meowing as they go. Chorus sings as follows. How they do scamper round the room, how they do run and play, and such a merry time they have, these merry, merry cats today. Actions. Cats scamper around, roll over each other, and give each other gentle pats, etc. There on the table, 'neath the light, is a pan of milk so clean and white, the cats now see it and with a cry, all lap until the dish is dry. Actions. Cats suddenly stop playing as one discovers table and gets up to see what is on table. His discovery is learned by his meow, and all rest paws on table and begin to lap milk from pan. They now feel full and lazy too, and walk about and gossip anew of mice and all the latest styles of rats and coats, hats, ties, and shoes. Actions. Cats, having finished the milk, lazily leave table, drop to floor, and roll about, begin to wash themselves, then walk about in couples and act as if gossiping about something of greatest interest. They feel at last 'tis growing late, and yawn and stretch and say good night. Then give each other sleepy bows. Now see them scamper out of sight. Actions. Cats act sleepy and move about very lazily. They yawn and stretch a bit, then nod to one another sleepily. Suddenly a crash is heard, and all the cats scamper out of sight. End of section 83. Read by Marisol in Clemson, South Carolina, March 9th, 2026. Section 84 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Cat Convention by Edna A. Foster. A congress was held in great Catkin town, and all the kitties of wealth and renown met to consider the mission of cats as something more than the killing of rats. The lawyer declared in a long-winded speech that the very habits of cats should teach. They were born for orders, firm and true. You may hear them argue the whole night through. They turned the discussion this way and that, with an eloquent plea from every cat. Only one admitted that he could live for love alone, and his hours would give to graceful posing on hearth rug and chair. Then the clown spoke up and said, I despair. This weighty question I move to give up. My feelings warn me 'tis time to sup. And so with apologies, friends, to you, I think I'll prowl round for a mouse or two. Be it said with sorrow, the president then gave a wee wink and said, My dear men, I much regret the way things have turned. This cat convention is hereby adjourned. End of section 84. Read by Marisol in Clemson, South Carolina, February 12th, 2026.
Section 85 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. Some Cat Traits by Anonymous. Cats work while we sleep. Cats do not mind the cold. Cats sing to show friendship. Cats stretch or bite when annoyed. Cats cannot catch game by running. When hunting prey, cats' claws are sheathed. When seizing prey, their claws are quickly uncovered and thrown out. When winking at us, cats' eyes become dull and expressionless. When darkness approaches, pupils of cats' eyes dilate and shine brightly. When daylight strikes, pupil of a cat's eye, it contracts until only narrow vertical slits remain. Cats' ears always stand erect to catch sound, except Chinese cats, who have drooping ears. Cats show less fondness for human beings than do most animals. Cats are expert hunters of birds, squirrels, fish, mice, rats. Cats spit or purr. When scared, cats lay back ears, show dirty, sharp teeth, arch back, raise tail. Cats have 5 toes on each front paw and 4 on each back paw. To each toe is attached a sharp nail or claw. These claws are covered by a sheath, except when in use. Cats have 12 cutting teeth, 6 above and 6 below. Cats also have 4 longer teeth known as canine teeth, similar to those of nearly every carnivorous animal. Cats love to sleep by day and prowl by night. When cats catch prey, they play with it for a long time before killing it. Cats always wash after eating or drinking. Question: what is the name of the plant most fatal to mice? Answer: catnip. End of section 85. Section 86 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. Cat and Mouse by Anonymous. A mouse was chased, and in its haste away from claws to fly, in use an empty bottle placed, that happened to be nigh. Then pussy, peeping through the neck, could scarce suppress a grin, to see how calm it met her gaze, as safe it sat within. She turned the bottle upside down, and shook it freely there, but nothing could induce the mouse to seek the open air. Then lying down upon the floor, she reached a paw to take her, but still the mouse had room enough, and blessed the bottle maker. She raised the bottle overhead with all the strength she knew, and in 1,000 pieces small the port of safety flew. But while the fragments filled the air, the mouse with action spry quick reached another hiding place, and squeaked a glad goodbye. Question: why has a chambermaid more lives than a cat? Answer: because each morning she returns to dust. End of section 86. Section 87 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. Land on Your Feet by Sam Walter Foss. You take a cat up by its tail, and whirl him round and round, and hurl him out into the air, out into space profound. He through the yielding atmosphere will many a whirl complete, but when he strikes upon the ground, he'll land upon his feet. Fate takes a man just like a cat, and with more force than grace, it whirls him wiggling round and round, and hurls him into space. And those that fall upon the back, or land upon the head, fate lets them lie there where they fall. They're just as good as dead. But some there be that, like a cat, whirl round and round and round, and go gyrating off through space until they strike the ground. But when at last the ground and they do really come to meet, you'll always find them right side up. They land upon their feet, and such a man walks off erect, triumphant and elate, and with the courage in his heart he shakes his fist at fate. Then fate with a benignant smile upon its face outspread puts forth its soft caressing hand and pats him on the head. And he's fate's darling from that day. His triumph is complete. Fate loves the man who whirls and whirls, but lands upon his feet. That man, whate'er his ups and downs, is never wholly spurned, whose perpendicularity is never overturned. End of section 87. Section 88 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Lawley. Kitten's View of Life by Thomas Westward. Kitten, kitten, 2 months old, woolly snowball, lying snug, curled up in the warmest fold of the warm hearth rug. Turn your drowsy head this way. What is life, O kitten, say? Life, said the kitten, winking her eyes and twitching her tail in a droll surprise. Life, oh, it's racing over the floor, out at the window and in at the door, now on the chair back, now on the table, mid balls of cotton and skeins of silk and crumbs of sugar and jugs of milk, all so cosy and comfortable. It's patting the little dog's ears and leaping round him and over him while he is sleeping, waking him up in a sore affright, then off and away like a flash of light, scarring and scampering out of sight. Life, oh, it's rolling over and over on the summer green turf and budding clover, chasing the shadows as fast as they run down the garden paths in the midday sun, prancing and gambolling, brave and bold, climbing the tree stems, scratching the mould. That's life, said the kitten, 2 months old. End of section 88. Section 89 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Lawley. Pussy Gray's Dinner by Anonymous. The lobster and fish on the long table lay, when smelling and sniffing in walked Pussy Gray. I've had breakfast, of course, but fresh fish is rare, and while no one's looking, I'll just take my share. For once I am sure I shall really rejoice, she remarked to dine first and make my own choice. A lunch of fresh fish. Now what could be nicer? I'll eat of you raw. The rest may have fry, sir. What hinders my dinner at table today? The first bite shall be mine, says smart Pussy Grey. But poor Puss, alas, had no chance to be first. The lobster was living, his temper the worst, and when Puss began to poke round him and claw at his shell, he suddenly seized on her paw, and held it with a grip so exceedingly tight that no one could question that he had the first bite. Puss mewed and she squalled, and made such a clatter that cook rushed in to see what was the matter. "Served you right," she cried crossly, as Puss limped away. "'Tis best to be honest," mourned poor Pussy Grey. End of section 89. Section 90 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Alan Lawley. Cats and Kittens by Various. Me and Methuselah. Harriet Ford. Scene: an alley landing to the stage entrance of the theatre. Enter a very ragged child, carrying a pet cat. She looks cautiously around as if afraid of being followed. Her dress is draggled and she wears an old shawl. Her hair is tangled and unkempt. Nope, nobody seed us, Methuselah. Nope, no. Thought sure Pike Coats 'ud guess what we was up to, and Folly. Oh, 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 that was a stunner, wasn't it, Methuselah? Sit down sudden enough that time, didn't we? Oh, did I smash his little empty stomach? Did I? Drat Daddy. He drank ye milk, he did. Mew, mew. You're right, Methuselah. He's a stingy, skimpy, skinny old stealer. That he is. But you know you stayed out on the roof half the night. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Of course, you're ashamed of it now. We're starved and sober. Daddy got in first and swiped your drink, he did. There's no us o' me talking. You and Daddy are dead set to keep out nights. Yes, you be. Yes, you be. Never you mind. We'll buy a whole river of milk sometimes or another, and you shall just swim in it, Methuselah. We've had a tough time of it today, haven't we? This is me first round these diggings. Don't believe nobody never thought of this afore. My eyes, but I was 'fraid Pike Coats 'ud catch on and sneak after us, but we skipped him. This must be the stage door. We'll just sit here and sing Methuselah. On Sunday night 'tis my delight and pleasure, don't you see, with all the boys and all the girls. Can't seem to rouse a shudder, Methuselah, mew. You know this was the spot for us. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Didn't you wink your crazy eyes and wag your fuzzy tail when I sat and thought it up? Now you know from the start, Methuselah, that you had a toddle long and me, and you agreed to it. Yes, you did. You did. You heard Pikecoats tell how he got in the auteur to run errands and things, and he said as how all the actors and show folks just dote on cats, and you'd have a fit if one turned against them. Why, puss, there no more dare walk by me and you without giving us a penny for luck. Goodness, here comes one. She's my sweetheart, I'm her Joe. She's my Annie, I'm her Beau. Soon we'll marry, never to part. He can't be an actor, Methuselah. Why, he looked right at you, and you never fazed him. That song did it, Methuselah. It's a Jonah, ain't it? Let's try another. My heart bowed down my grief, and we're a sad pussycat, a hungry pussycat, and a sad, sad, sorrowful girl. Here comes somebody else. Better luck this time, Methuselah. On Sunday night 'tis my delight and pleasure, don't you see? Oh, thank you, lady, da-de-da, ah-dee-dee. There's an organ in the parlour to give the place a tone, and you're welcome every evening to Maggie Murphy's home. My eyes, Methuselah, ain't it grand? Hain't seen one before today, have we? You caught her, Methuselah. Yes, you did. You did. She's afraid to bring her everlasting bad luck. Guess she don't know it's 'bout all you can do to hustle for yourself 'thout mousing round hoodooing other folks. You couldn't do much hoodooing on such an awful empty stomach, could you? Brace up, Methuselah. Here comes a swell. Oh, sir, just a penny to help a girl. Me and puss are starving. Just a... Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. A nickel as your cat with whiskers, Methuselah. You done it, you done it. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Your first trip, too, ain't it? You soon be up to the tricks. You do look hungry, Methuselah, but I'll have to train you in looks. Now just to think, if you could squeeze out a few tears while I sung my eyes, wouldn't we be rich? Here comes a beautiful lady. Hush up, and I'll try a new dodge on her. Oh, lady, can't you give a poor girl a lift? I do so want to see you act in the play. If I could only get a few more pennies, me and a friend 'ud clap you out of sight. Just a few pennies, a quarter or a dime, or a nickel. You do, lady. Oh, thank you. Much obliged, much obliged. God bless you, lady. Ho, ho, Methuselah. How's that? Aren't you proud of yet another? That's the way to catch 'em. Pike put me on, he did, the night he and me went to the play, and he told me to help him raise the roof, whatever his blooming benefactor so much as put his nose on the stage. Methuselah, I don't think we need to sing. Anybody just to look at us would know we was poverty-struck. Now I know you was the minute I seen you. Well, I have to sing to make folks look, I suppose. Oh, see this gentleman, Methuselah. I guess an operatic song'll catch him. She's plain Molly-O, tender and sweet. She's plain Molly-O, and my heart is at her feet. She's plain Molly. Oh, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you. My name? Oh, Ginny Mur. De Navarro Merkins, my name, sir. Yes, I have to sing or I guess we'd starve. I'd have sung better for you just now, only I'm frightfully hungry. Rats ain't in it with me, and Methuselah? Methuselah? This is Methuselah. We're pards. Pretty name. Yes, we think so. Pike Coats, he named him. He's 'bout as only friend I got. Pike is. He goes to Sunday school. Pike does, and he's told me, he says, now, if you name that 'ere cat Methuselah, he'll live to be as old as this 'ere house. See? Our house? Well, 'tain't our'n, but we live on top. Boarding saloons on the first floor. You see Aunt Granny Midders and her sons on the second. Tom Grimmy and his parts the third, and Daddy and me and Methuselah's fourth back. That 'ere saloon's the spite of me and Methuselah's life, 'cause Dad he can't get by it nohow. He's richer than we are, but he has to drink. He can't help it somehow. He's pertly weak lately. Me and Methuselah think he's 'bout drowned out. What, sir? What, sir? Sing in the otter? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sing in the otter? My eyes, you don't think they'd have me? You do? Sing in the otter? Sing in... Oh, sir, may I try? I'll sing. Nobody never heard the way I'll try for it, sir. Not alone? Yes, I know, sir. In the chorus? Yes, sir. Tomorrow? Yes, sir. 10 o'clock sharp, sir. Yes, I'll fix it up a bit, sir. Oh, thank you, sir. Look for you? Yes, sir. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye, sir. Goodbye. Sing in the otter, Methuselah, me, Ginny Merkins. You shall hear, Methuselah, you shall, my, I'll be scarred, won't I? But I'll sing, Methuselah. What'll Pike say now? What he'll say, Methuselah? You shall have a bouncing bowl of milk this minute, and Granny Midders shall help me get a gown, Methuselah. Think of it. Sing in the otter, the otter, the otter. Exit laughing and crying. Pussycat, 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 where have you been? You say to the grand matinee. 'Twas held on the housetop away down the street, and ended at breaking of day. End of section 90.
Section 91 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Happy Family. I have a cat. She's as black as my hat. Fur 50 times finer than silk. And whatever is occurring, she always is purring, especially over her milk. And I have a dog too, a wonderful dog. Nobility beams in his eye, and early or late, for his master he'll wait. None such friends as dear doggy and I. His dear honest nose he shoves into my hand, yet growls if a row comes in view. And his great wagging tail makes one quite understand he's a watchman, both fearless and true. A trio of jolly companions are we. Together we pleasantly jog, indulge in nor riot, but live very quiet. Myself and my cat and my dog. End of section 91. Read by Bea Whale, June 2026.
Section 92 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah Donovan Byrne. Cats and Kittens by Various. 3 Naughty Kittens by Isabel Frances Bellows. There once were 3 kittens who lived on a farm, and never were kittens who did so much harm. They worried the chickens, and snarled at the hen, and scratched at the pig through the hole in the pen. They climbed on the sty and hung over the rail, and bit off the curl from a little pig's tail. The horses they scared, and they frightened the cows, by shrieking out at them with dreadful meows. They worried the ducks, and they bothered the geese, and clawed at the ram till he lost all his fleece. They frightened the bossy calf half into fits, and spit at the dog till he half lost his wits. They knocked down the turkey, and rolled him about. They rumpled his feathers, and pulled them all out. Such horrible faces they made at the drake, he went straight and drowned himself off in the lake. They fought the old rooster upon his own hill, till all that was left were his spurs and his bill. They drank up the milk and tipped over the cream, and gave the old parrot a horrible dream. They chewed up the tab strings of grandmother's cap, while she, poor old lady, was taking a nap. So shocking the squeal they made in their pride, the children all ran, and the baby it cried. They played with the meal and the hominy bags, and tore them all up into tatters and rags. They climbed by their claws up the farmer's new clothes, and knocked his gold spectacles off from his nose. The meat in the pantry they stole from the hooks, and chewed up the children's nice Sunday school books. These kittens left nothing at all to itself, save only the mice on the store closet shelf. The farmer's good wife bore it meekly and long, though telling them oft they were naughty and wrong. She argued and reasoned by day and by night, but nothing could make them behave as was right. Her patience one morning was woefully worn out, so ere they discovered what she was about, she clapped them all 3 in a covered tin pail, and carried them straight to the great county jail. And there they have kept them to this very day, locked up in a cell where they can't get away. End of section 92. Section 93 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Sarah Donovan Byrne. Cats and Kittens by Various. When the cat's away, the mice will play by Mrs. Mary L. Gaddis. Tableau. Young girl in morning dress, seated by a chair, sewing on the floor where it has been dropped. A youth in blouse and flannel trousers, or bicycle suit, kneels at her feet. She has her finger on her lips and laughingly motions the youth with her hand to keep quiet, as someone is in the back room. Old lady in house dress, broom in hand, enters, stands as if appalled, then advances with broom up. The youth sees her and jumps up. Girl looks astonished, while old lady catches each by the ear and glares at them. The girl drops a curtsy and demurely says, "When the cat's away, the mice will play." Lad nods head as if he agrees, while curtain falls. End of section 93.
Section 94 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. A cat lawsuit. Two tabbies on a summer morn were gaily walking, when lo, a boy let fall a cheese while busy talking. Both wander near as though in play, and slyly rolled that cheese away. They rolled it fast, they rolled it far, those cunning cats. They rolled it to the forest edge by dint of pats. But when they came to share, you see, these foolish cats could not agree. Each one, mistrusting much the other, began to growl, and made so loud a din and noise, they woke an owl. He cried, "Don't fight, but let us tell your case to lawyer, judge 'em well." So said, so done. A monkey came, when they did call, with ink and pen and scales in hand, to settle all. "Are you the folks who disagree? Give here the cheese, and trust to me." He broke the mass, dropped either half, in balance flat. One lowest plumped, "Now we see how law will alter that." He bit a huge piece off, and then they saw him weigh the rest again. "Now this side's wrong." Another nibble made that too light. "Stop!" cried the cats. "Why, at the rate at which you bite, we soon shall have no cheese to share. Surely that is not dealing fair." "Justice must have its dues," cried he, still biting. "You should have shared your cheese in peace, instead of fighting. The two sides I have matched, and for my fee, all that is left belongs to me." End of section 94. Section 95 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. Pussy's vocal lesson. My elocution lesson I didn't quite enjoy. You'd scarcely guess the reason. 'Twas a little teasing boy. Wee Rob, my naughty nephew, would listen to it all and mimic in a manner that made me feel quite small. The motions and the gestures, the swayings and the bounds, the consonants explosive, the open vowel sounds. And then he'd tell his kitty, in jolly boyish play, just how I said the letters P, T, Z, S, and K. One morn came Uncle Charlie, with Nero by his side, a big Newfoundland beauty, our uncle's pet and pride. Toward Kitty Nero sauntered with stately doggish grace. She spit and hissed like fury right in his friendly face. Astonished and disgusted, no word did Nero say. Scorn on his noble features, he turned and walked away. As Snowball swelled her body with all her feline might, her back looked like a camel. She was a funny sight. "You spitfire!" shouted Uncle. "You bristling bunch of rage! If you were mine, I'd whip you and put you in a cage." "My kitty is no spitfire!" Rob's eyes with mischief glowed. She says them explosive letters as fast as she can explode. Oh, now I see, laughed Uncle. Please pardon me, my dear. 'Twas Pussy's vocal lesson I happened then to hear. You've done it well, brave Pussy. He smoothed her ruffled back. Although your tones are faulty, you've learned the right attack. End of section 95. Section 96 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Cats and Kittens by Various. The Sea Puss. Kate Upson Clark. On certain portions of the coast, the white rushing waves which precede a storm are called sea pussies. The ocean cats flirted their fluffy white tails and flecked with salt dewdrops the fishermen's sails. And the noise of their fighting flew over the foam till the mother leaks off in the fisherman's home as she watched o'er her little ones, cried, "Listen, how! The sea puss is screeching! Just hear her meow!" When the ocean cats shake their fluffy white tails, the fisherman trembles and takes in his sails. And when on his ear strike their menacing cries, before them the bravest of fishermen flies. And he says to his children, "I came home just now, for the sea puss was angry. I heard her meow." So, when the waves whiten, the children's hearts quail. And, "Mother," they say, "is a sea pussy's tail." For they know if the ocean cats sport on the foam, their father may never get back to his home. And a cloud darkens even the baby's bright brow when they shout, "There's the sea puss! Just hear her meow!" End of section 96.
Section 97 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for LibriVox.org by Wandering Walker. Cats and Kittens by Various. Pussy at School by Louis B. Tisdale. For a little child sitting in a chair nursing a kitten, appropriate actions suggest themselves in the verse. Do, me, sol, do should be sung. Now, Pussy, come and play at school, and sit up very straight. Just listen now, you'll get bad marks if you are ever late. So, Pussy, say your A, B, C. Don't make a face like that. You know quite well, I'm sure you do, that C-A-T spells cat. Come, let me see you write your name. Just hold the pencil so. Don't say meow, meow, meow. That's not your name, you know. I think I'd like to hear you sing. 'Twill give me great delight. What's that you say? You only sing upon the titles at night. Well, never mind. Just do your best and sing this after me. Do, me, sol, do. That's right, and now you'll have some milk for tea. I'm very pleased indeed with you. You have been so good today, and school is over, so dear Puss, you now can go and play. End of Cats and Kittens by Various.
Section 98 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Lawley. Mother Grey and Her Children by Anonymous. In an old brick oven, not far from here, all cuddled up in a heap, are 3 little kittens, so cunningly dear. Their story, I know, you would want to hear while they are fast asleep. 2 are spotted with white, 1 is soberly grey, save the paws so soft and white, which with ashes and coals so frequently play, and into all mischief so constantly stray, and oft are as black as night. Round and round they run in the funniest style, after each little one's grey tail, but the tail whirls the faster, and once in a while they fly round so swiftly that all in a pile they huddle like leaves in a gale. Then old Mother Grey, with a face quite demure, sits winking at their droll play, and once in a while she says with a purr, "My dear little kittens, you must ever prefer at home with mother to stay." End of section 98. Section 99 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by LLawley. The way you look at it, a mousie begged, "Oh, mother, please, the moon, they say, is made of cheese. Let's go there, you and I, the man, could never catch us if we ran." "Dear," said the parent, "I've a mind to buy you specs. You seem so blind. Had you the sight of any bat, you'd see that man is just a cat." Pet and Her Cat by Anonymous. Now, Pussy, I've something to tell you. You know it is New Year's Day. The big folks are down in the parlour, and Mamma is just gone away. We are all alone in the nursery, and I want to talk to you, dear. So you must come down and sit by me, and make believe you hear. You see there's a new year coming. It only begins today. Do you know I was often naughty in the year that is gone away? You know I have some bad habits. I'll mention just 1 or 2, but there really is quite a number of naughty things that I do. You see I don't learn my lessons, and oh, I do hate them so. I doubt if I know any more today than I did a year ago. Perhaps I'm awfully stupid. They say I'm a dreadful dance. How would you like to learn spelling? I wish you would try it once. And don't you remember Christmas? 'Twas naughty, I must confess, but while I was eating my dinner, I got 2 spots on my dress, and they caught me stealing the sugar, and I only got 2 little bits when they found me there in the closet and frightened me out of my wits. And, Pussy, when people scold me, I'm always so sulky then. If they only would tell me gently, I never would do it again. Oh, Pussy, I know I am naughty, and often it makes me cry. I think it would count for something if they knew how hard I try. But I'll try again in the new year, and oh, I shall be so glad if I only can be a good little girl and never do anything bad. End of section 99.
Section 100 of Cats and Kittens. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Aunty, read by Marisol.
Niece, read by ShrimpPhish.
Cats and Kittens, by Various. What Became of the Kitten, by Anonymous. What became of the kitten you had when I was here before?
Why, don't you know?
I haven't heard a word. Was she poisoned?
Gnome?
Drowned?
Oh, no.
Stolen?
No, indeed.
Hurt in any way?
Gnome?
Well, I can't guess. What became of her?
She growed into a cat.
End of section 100.